Welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. We are gearing up for NASA's Perseverance rover to touch down on Mars. Happening in an hour and a half from now, the rover will attempt to land in Jezero Crater. It is the most difficult landing site on Mars ever attempted. Thank you for joining us. I'm your host, Raquel Villanueva. In the past, mission team members gathered in our mission control for landings, but this time around, we have COVID safety measures in place. Today's landing will look a little different than what you've seen before. I am in a room by myself, and so is my co-host. Here in the Spaceflight Operations Facility, team members are in different parts of this building. Some are in mission control, others are upstairs for landing operations. We also have isolated rooms for our guests on this show. In total, we have 8 locations covered by 14 robotic cameras that you will be seeing. One of those locations is the dark room, the heart of NASA's Deep Space Network. Think of it as a giant communication switchboard. This is where spacecraft phone home to us from across the solar system and interstellar space. The Deep Space Network has been tracking Perseverance since it left Earth, and there are lots of ways you can watch landing today. We have a 360-degree camera inside the control room. It lets you experience the landing right along with the team while seeing this broadcast. We also have the clean feed. It shows an uninterrupted view of mission control and audio. También tenemos un programa en español. To tell us about it is host Diana Trujillo, who also works on the mission.
Thank you, Raquel. We're so excited to be the sister live broadcast in Spanish. Sintonízate nuestro programa en las redes sociales de Twitter, YouTube y Facebook en la NASA en español para que nos acompañes a un tour virtual de la NASA con entrevistas con astronautas, con participación de artistas, con entrevistas con científicos e ingenieros de Perseverance, con Plaza Sésamo y mucho más. Te esperamos.
Gracias, Diana. And don't forget, we want to see how you are watching the landing today. Use the hashtag Countdown to Mars to send us your photos and videos. To preview what interviews are coming up is my co-host from the JPL News office, Marina Jurica.
Thanks so much, Raquel. The excitement is building behind me right here in Mission Control as we count down to the Perseverance landing. We will be talking to some of the many people who made today possible, from scientists to engineers on the Mars 2020 Perseverance rover team to folks from NASA headquarters giving us a look into the future of Mars exploration. A little later, we will also be speaking with the students who named the rover and the helicopter. Inspirational stories as we prepare for another landing on the red planet. Back to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Let's give a shout out to the students around the nation learning about Perseverance's mission to Mars with their teachers. We're happy you're with us on this exciting day. Later in the show, we will be answering some of the questions you submitted through your classrooms. Landing on Mars is complex. The team will be calling out milestones as they happen. It's fast-paced, and you'll hear lots of technical terms. To help us translate and explain what is going on in Mission Control is Swati Mohan. She is part of Perseverance's landing team. Thanks for guiding us through landing today, Swati.
Hi, Raquel. I'm happy to be here today.
So, Swati, what is the status of the Perseverance rover right now?
So Perseverance is still in space right now, about 9,000 miles from Mars. So far, she is healthy and on course.
And it takes time to send signals between Earth and Mars. Can you let us know how that affects the information you are seeing?
So Mars is about 127 million miles from Earth right now. That means it takes about 11 minutes from light to travel from Mars to Earth. So all the information that we receive from Perseverance actually happened 11 minutes ago. So the round trip is 22 minutes for us to send a command to Perseverance and hear back on the ground that she's received that command. This is what we call two-way light time.
That's good to know. And can you tell us who else is in the room with you right now?
The operations team is split into 2 different areas. Here in the cruise mission support area, we have primarily the team that has been flying Perseverance from Earth to Mars. You'll see the placards with the roles of each of the people by their stations. Some of the people you may hear talking today are the flight director, who is the conductor of our operations orchestra here, the entry, descent, and landing activity lead, who is a member of the landing team tasked with understanding the execution of entry, descent, and landing, and then also the telecommunications and entry, descent, and landing communications engineers who will be monitoring the signal from Perseverance through the different paths that we have. Upstairs, in what we call the war room, we have almost the entire entry, descent, and landing operations team. And then across the hall from them, we have the surface mission control room, where the surface operations team is ready and waiting to take over as soon as Perseverance's wheels touch the ground.
And you have been part of this mission for years now. Can you tell us what have you been working on?
I've been working on Perseverance for almost 8 years now as a guidance, navigation, and control engineer, working primarily on entry, descent, and landing. One of my big tasks was to help with terrain relative navigation. Perseverance will be the first mission to fly terrain relative navigation. So while she's descending on the parachute, she'll actually be looking at the ground with a camera, seeing where she is with respect to the Martian surface, and choosing a safe spot to land that she can get to. After so many years of working on the mission, it's an honor to be here today as the mission commentator.
We're happy to have you here. Thanks, Swati. We'll be checking back in with you in just a few minutes as Perseverance approaches its next milestone. But for now, let's learn more about the rover's mission once it lands on Mars.
You know, Mars is the closest place that we can reach with robotic exploration that we think had a really good chance of having ancient life.
The Perseverance rover will land at a location called Jezero Crater. Jezero Crater is a very interesting place. It's a crater that once held a lake.
There are a lot of craters on the surface of Mars that could have once hosted ancient lakes, but not every crater that we think had a lake actually preserves evidence that that lake was there.
It had an inflow channel and it had an outflow channel. That means it was filled. The crater was filled with water.
In Jezero, we have probably one of the most beautifully preserved delta deposits on Mars in that crater.
This is a wonderful place to live for microorganisms, and it is also a wonderful place for those microorganisms to be preserved so that we can find them now so many billions of years later.
There is no other place on Mars that has the unique combination of a lake setting, a beautifully preserved delta, and the diverse mineralogy that we have in Jezero Crater. So it's truly a special landing site.
The major goal of the Perseverance mission is to investigate astrobiology on Mars, and in particular, to address the question of whether life ever existed on Mars. The Perseverance rover starts with a design that's very similar to Curiosity. We've added to it a whole new set of science instruments, and these science instruments were purposefully selected to help us in the search for biosignatures.
We're going to be taking microphones with us. For the first time, we're going to have that human sense on another planet.
Perseverance carries with her a grand experiment in spacefaring technology, a helicopter, the name of which is now Ingenuity.
One of the major upgrades that Perseverance has from Curiosity is that it's able to self-drive for a distance of up to 200 meters per day. As the rover is driving, it's literally building the map of the road it's driving on Mars.
Scientists for years have told us that to really unlock the secrets of Mars, we have to bring samples from Mars back to Earth.
So what Mars 2020 is going to do is to drill samples, put them in small tubes. We're going to seal it in its own individual tube. We set them on the surface to provide a target for the second two missions, which hopefully will get in development in the next several years and could potentially get the samples back to Earth by 2031.
Perseverance is a very, very profound first step in both our understanding of our place in the universe and a stepping stone towards human exploration on Mars.
You are watching live Mars landing commentary, and Perseverance is about to reach another important milestone. Swati, can you tell us what is happening?
We are at a milestone where the operations team determines whether they're ready to turn off the transmitter to Perseverance. Turning off the transmitter is like taking your hands off of the wheel. At this point forward, Perseverance would be on her own to execute entry, descent, and landing over 500,000 lines of code. Let's listen.
Okay, stations are ready for the transmitter off pole. ACS, are you go? ACS, are you go?
ACS is go.
Phase 2.
Phase 2 is go.
Activity. Activity is go. Uplink lead.
Go.
System. EDL com.
Go.
Telecom 1.
Go.
Telecom 2.
Telecoms go.
GDS 1.
Go.
GDS 2.
Go.
Fault protection.
Go.
Power.
Go.
Avionics.
Go.
Thermal.
Go.
Flight software.
Flight software go.
Data management.
Go.
Propulsion.
Go.
Art lead.
Go.
Team chief.
Go.
ACE.
Go.
Launch cruise phase lead.
Go.
Deputy mission.
Go.
EDL phase lead.
Go.
Mission assurance.
Mission assurance is go.
Chief engineer.
Chief is go.
Project manager.
Projects go.
Mission manager. All stations are go for transmitter off.
Copy flight, go for transmitter off.
There you have it, Raquel. We have deemed Perseverance ready to execute entry, descent, and landing on her own.
Thank you, Swati. As we just heard, Perseverance is now operating on its own as it cruises closer to Mars. To help explain what this mission means for the agency is NASA's Associate Administrator, Thomas Zurbuchen. Thomas, this is our 5th rover sent to Mars since 1997. Can you tell us how Perseverance is going to kickstart a new era?
Wow, this is such an important date today, and it really is the beginning of a new era in a sense that we're going from exploration, kind of with experiments on rovers, looking around, doing analysis, to the sample return phase, in which we're not only looking around, looking at the geology, but really turning our rover into a robotic geologist and astrobiologist, collecting samples that we will bring back to Earth. And for us, of course, those are where the best laboratories are of all of humanity. Some of them still remain to be explored by some that are not yet in the science community yet. And that's what we're looking forward to. It's that new phase. The other element that I want to talk about is the amazing technologies that are there. And of course, one of my favorites is the Ingenuity helicopter, this in search of this extraterrestrial Wright brothers moment, controlled flight for the first time elsewhere, Raquel.
Great. And we have a student question on video for you from Macy.
Hi, my name is Macy Ragsdale. My question is anything alive on Mars? Thank you.
Well, Macy, I'm so glad for your question. That's a question I ask myself. Is anything alive there? And frankly, at the surface where we're going right now with Perseverance, we do not believe there's anything alive right there because of the radiation that's there. It's chilling, cold, and there's really no water there. But guess what? We think that 3 billion years ago, this looked like a stream that you may see on Earth. And frankly, a lot more similar than Earth, with water with a magnetic field, just like the Earth with an atmosphere. And the question is, at that time, 3 billion years ago, were there single-cell organisms, just of the type that developed on Earth? So is there life on Mars overall? We don't know. But where we're going right now, we're really looking for ancient life. And that's what we're so excited about.
Thank you for your time today, Thomas. And thanks to everyone who has been using the hashtag Countdown to Mars. Here are some of the photos that you've sent in so far. Let's take a look. Now, please keep sharing with us how you are watching this moment today. For now, let's go back to Swati for an important update to what's going on in mission control as we get closer to another milestone.
Hi, Raquel. This next milestone is a communications pole. So during landing, not only will Perseverance talk directly to Earth, but we'll also be talking to two spacecraft that are currently orbiting Mars, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and the MAVEN spacecraft. This poll is to confirm with the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter spacecraft and the MAVEN spacecraft teams that they are ready and on track to support the relay from Perseverance. Let's listen in.
EDL comm flight.
Go flight.
Have you performed the comm check and readiness of the orbiters?
We have performed the voice check and the readiness poll and can confirm that MRO, MAVEN, EDA, Radio Science 1 and 2, UHF, DTE, DSN, and EDL GDS are all ready to support.
Copy, EDL comm.
So we've just heard that we have confirmation from each of the different orbiters and all of their support equipment on the ground that they are ready and are on track to support the relay from Perseverance.
Great, thank you, Swati. And we just heard that communications readiness poll, which means we are ready to relay the data Perseverance will send to get a better idea of what the rover looks like as it approaches Mars. We have a NASA program called EYES. The visualization lets anyone watching track Perseverance. Here's how the program works.
Follow Perseverance on its journey to the surface of the red planet with eyes on the solar system. From your desktop or mobile device, go to eyes.nasa.gov. Click on the banner, and now you're with Perseverance in real time through every step of EDL, entry, descent, and landing. This interactive experience lets you ride along from whatever perspective you choose. Click and drag, scroll in, scroll out. Check out the descriptions and explanations to increase your EDL expertise. Experience every entry, descent, and landing event precisely designed and executed to land Perseverance safely on Mars. The EYES experience is based on predictive data, but during this broadcast, you'll see a different visualization called Ranger, and it's based on the real communication the team in Mission Control receives from Perseverance in near real time. This is the visualization the team will follow as data fills their screens while monitoring the health of Perseverance on its nerve-wracking course to another successful Mars landing. Enjoy the ride.
You are watching live Mars landing commentary. Stepping outside Mission Control to talk to us is Perseverance system engineer, Matt Smith. Thanks for joining us today, Matt.
Hey, Raquel.
Well, coming from Mission Control, we are going to hear terms related to landing. Can you help us understand what some of them mean?
Sure, definitely. One thing you'll hear a lot about is telemetry. So telemetry is just our way of talking about data that's coming from the spacecraft and telling us important things like temperatures on the vehicle, pressure, how much fuel we have left, and other things that we need to understand for the health and safety of the vehicle. You'll also hear the word nominal, hopefully. Nominal means everything is expected, everything is okay, we're good to go. You'll hear also a lot about velocity and deceleration. So velocity is just our speed combined with the direction we're going. And deceleration is our slowing velocity. So we're coming in at over 12,000 miles per hour, and we're going to slow down to a nice, comfortable 2 miles per hour at landing, and that's our deceleration. Speaking of landing, you may hear a couple important terms at landing itself. One is RIMU stable. So the RIMU is a device on the rover that measures the rover's orientation and whether it's moving. So we want a nice, stable landing spot without any motion. You'll also hear UHF stable, hopefully. UHF stable refers to good telecommunications link with the rover and indicates that we've had a good separation between the descent stage and the rover after the sky crane maneuver. Finally, you may also hear Tango Delta nominal or touchdown nominal. That means we've touched down on the surface of Mars within the expected range of safe landing speeds.
Thanks for that breakdown. Now, this is your first Mars mission. What have you learned from this experience?
Yeah, one of my takeaways is that you can almost never be too careful when it comes to Mars. You definitely can't take Mars for granted. You know, we've checked and double checked and triple checked everything on our way to Mars. And, you know, even though we've done this once before using the sky crane technique on the Curiosity rover, you know, I think everyone's going to have everyone's going to hold their breath until we're on the surface of Mars this time around.
And we have a social media question coming in. Nor the Door on Instagram asks, how complicated is the automated landing sequence and who wrote the code?
Yeah, it's quite complicated. The automated landing software needs to do literally hundreds of things all on its own, just right with sub-second timing accuracy. And it's the result of many hundreds of people over many years, stretching all the way back to Curiosity and then improved for the Perseverance landing today at Jezero Crater.
Great. Thanks for your time today, Matt, and good luck.
Thanks.
Now, landing on Mars is hard. Landing on Mars during a pandemic is even harder. The team behind the Perseverance rover faced one of its biggest challenges when the coronavirus pandemic struck. Here's how they kept the mission going.
When the pandemic struck, the future was certainly unknown. It was like walking into a blind dark alley. You didn't know what was there, what was in front of you, what you were going to have to deal with.
It's something that nobody expected. It's something nobody could plan for.
So we all were asked to start working from home.
Rather than your first priority being mission success and getting to the launch pad, your first priority immediately gets displaced, and it's now the safety of the people.
And it took a lot of work to put stuff together in order to keep momentum going, to keep people working safely, keep them healthy, and to keep the project on schedule.
We called the effort Mars 2020 Safe at Work, and the objective was to keep the team as safe or safer than they would be if they were not working. You know, putting a spacecraft together that's going to Mars and not making a mistake, it's hard no matter what. Trying to do it during the middle of the pandemic, it's a lot harder.
And liftoff. As the countdown to Mars continues, the perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
Certainly never done something like this before. Try to lead a team that's flying a spacecraft on the way to Mars while getting ready for landing, while doing it all from home.
There's no doubt that working in isolation, not virtual isolation, but in physical isolation from everyone else, is a challenge.
We had to rethink and redesign what it meant to operate a spacecraft in flight when we couldn't all be in the same room in mission control, seeing the data come down from Perseverance.
It was a major change going to that, you know, looking at everyone on a screen instead of in person.
Because of the pandemic, you can't just pop over your cubicle wall and talk to the person next to you.
It's definitely been a challenge to figure out how to communicate and get everything done remotely, but we've managed to make it work.
We are explorers. Our job is to go into the unknown, and this is just another example of the unknown.
We're really doing something that's transformative and trying to understand whether or not life evolved on another planet. That's the fundamental objective of this mission.
We're all still connected by this incredible mission and this this wonderful team that we have the opportunity to be a part of. So that keeps at least me going.
Pretty much everybody that I've talked to that's associated with the mission has said the same thing, which is you could not have come up with a better name than Perseverance.
It's an amazing serendipity. We get to persevere through working on Perseverance.
Joining us now is Perseverance Deputy Project Manager Matt Wallace. Matt, just how ambitious is this mission, and how does this team stay on track with unexpected challenges like the pandemic?
Well, it's a very ambitious mission. You know, we're carrying not only a host of new, extremely capable science instruments to do that science mission that we've talked about, but also a number of technology experiments to provide feed-forward information into the next set of robotic explorers or even human exploration of Mars. So there's a lot for us to do. We look a lot like Curiosity, but in fact, we're carrying 50% more payload down to the surface of Mars. And so it's been a big challenge. You know, and it was particularly challenging when the pandemic struck. It came at a critical time in our processing. We were just months away from launching. We're trying to essentially get the spacecraft assembled, do the final tests. It did not have a lot of margin in our schedule. And our focus just entirely shifted from that to keeping the team safe and keeping their families safe. And we had to do that quickly. We had to make the adjustment quickly. I think, you know, we got through it with a lot of help. A lot of people stepped up to make it happen. The team was tenacious, and we managed to get it launched and fly it to Mars. You know, thanks to a lot of help.
And Matt, just how large is the team that worked on Perseverance?
It's a big team. A couple thousand people. Just JPL, in fact, had worked on mission. And then almost every other NASA center has contributed in some significant and critical way as well. We have over 1,000 industry partners that have provided hardware into this mission from 44 different states, 60 different cities. And of course, we have international contributions from Europe and many other international providers as well. So it's a big team. It's taking a lot of people to get us to where we're at.
That is a big team. This is the most difficult landing site ever attempted. Now, why do you think Perseverance is ready to land in Jezero Crater now?
Jezero is tough. I mean, it's scientifically fascinating because it's got a lot of things like craters and you know, rock fields and cliffs and sand dunes and that sort of thing, which is great for the science community. That's exactly the type of features they're looking for to learn more about Mars. But they're all landing hazards for us, and so we've had to add new technology to relative navigation, which is the ability essentially to divert away from hazards. But we have taken this system through the same types of paces that we have in previous missions. We've used the same techniques, the same best practices for engineering verification. And in many cases, we've used the same people. This, in fact, is my fifth Mars rover mission, and I'm not alone. There's other people on the project in the same situation. So, you know, the team has given it everything they've gotten to put it all out there and to make this successful. And I think we're ready.
Thanks, Matt, and good luck on your fifth mission.
Thank you very much.
Well, Jezero Crater is a location on Mars that has intrigued scientists for years. Let's head over to Marina to learn more about the science goals of the mission.
That's right, Raquel. Here to explain why we want to go there is Deputy Project Scientist Katie Stack Morgan. Welcome, Katie.
Thanks, Marina. Glad to be here.
Now, Perseverance is landing on Mars at the Jezero Crater. Why is it that you and the team chose this particular area?
Yeah, so scientists believe Jezero crater is one of the best places on Mars and possibly the entire solar system to look for signs of ancient life. Jezero contained an ancient lake and has within it one of the best preserved ancient delta deposits on the surface of Mars. And deltas form when a river enters a relatively open body of water, like an impact crater, and deposits the sediment that it's carrying into the lake. And we know based on studies of deltas and lakes here on Earth that they're great places to concentrate and preserve organics and support microbial life. We're also excited because Jezero exposes rocks that are between 3.5 to more than 4 billion years old and represent a variety of different geological processes.
Now, this might be a tough choice, but what do you think would be the most rewarding scientific discovery that we expect to get from this mission?
Is hands down, I think the most rewarding discovery I think we can make with Perseverance would be finding a truly compelling ancient biosignature on Mars. The rocks in and around Jezero crater record a period of time when life first arose in the solar system, and we have the opportunity with Perseverance to study the evolution of the planet from a once habitable world likely capable of supporting ancient life to the cold, barren planet we know Mars is today.
And why do you think, Katie, it's so important to find out if there really is or was ancient life on Mars?
Well, the question of whether there's life beyond Earth is one of the most fundamental and essential questions we can ask. And our ability to ask this question and develop the scientific investigations and technology to answer it is one of the things that make us as a species so unique. And based on everything we know about Mars in the past, it absolutely should have been capable of supporting ancient life. So we can find out an answer to the question, where there were habitable environments, was there life? And studying the possible emergence of life on ancient Mars can also help us better understand the conditions that led to life on our own planet.
That's so fascinating, Katie. Now we're going to take a question from a student, Vara.
Hi, I am Laura, and my question is, why was Mars able to sustain lakes and rivers ages ago, but cannot now? Isn't it cold enough to make water, and isn't it always? Thank you.
Yeah, that is such a great question. And one of the things that protects our atmosphere here on Earth and allows liquid water to be stable on our own planet is the fact that we have a magnetic field protecting that atmosphere. We think that Mars lost its magnetic field way back billions of years ago and left the atmosphere exposed to things like solar winds and cosmic rays that basically blew that atmosphere away. And once that happened, liquid water wasn't stable on the surface of Mars anymore. It was too cold and the pressure was too low. And so now Mars is not capable of supporting liquid water and likely not capable of supporting life at its surface.
Well, thank you so much to Vara for that great question. And a big shout out to all the kids that are watching out there today. And thank you so much to you, Katie, for joining us. That was so great.
Thank you.
Now sending it back over to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Earlier, we were able to catch up with the communication systems engineer, Chloe Sakier. She helps us break down the system used to track Perseverance during landing.
The communications infrastructure supporting Perseverance's landing is quite complex. We've rallied a truly global network of relay and communications assets to help us capture and record those precious minutes of entry, descent, and landing, or EDL. We receive a stream of engineering telemetry via these communication assets that helps us see and understand exactly what's happening. Perseverance sends direct-to-Earth X-band tones, each of which provides us with indications of critical entry, descent, and landing events. During entry, descent, and landing, we have 2 Mars orbiters listening for the ultra-high frequency, or UHF, signals from Perseverance. These orbiters relay these signals to deep space network stations on Earth, Madrid in Spain, and Goldstone in California. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, or MRO, has reconfigured its software to perform a type of relay called bent pipe. This will provide us with near real-time telemetry during entry, descent, and landing. We have coverage from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter from just before entry to a few minutes after landing. The telemetry we receive will be delayed by the time it takes light to travel from Mars to us back on Earth. Additionally, the Mars Atmosphere and Volatile Evolution spacecraft, or MAVEN, is recording these UHF signals and will be relaying that recording hours after landing. MAVEN will be covering us from around the time of cruise stage separation until a few minutes after landing. We also receive what we call heartbeat tones, which are indications that the spacecraft is alive and progressing throughout entry, descent, and landing. It's important to note that while unexpected, we could lose our communication links and still land safely. Because Perseverance is doing entry, descent, and landing completely autonomously, she doesn't need our help to joystick the landing. The communication links give us added visibility.
And you can see Chloe hard at work inside Mission Control right now. Perseverance's landing might look like the system the Curiosity rover used back in 2012, but landing on Mars is difficult. There's always a risk involved. Here's what needs to happen for Perseverance to touch down safely in Jezero Crater.
Nothing can be taken for granted when you get to Mars. There's a lot of things we just don't know.
Space always has a way of throwing us curveballs and surprising us.
I mean, until we get the data that says we're on the ground safely, I'm going to be worried that we're not going to make it.
Entry, descent, and landing is often referred to as the 7 minutes of terror because it takes about 7 minutes to get from the top of the atmosphere of Mars to the ground safely.
The spacecraft has to do all of this by itself.
There are many things that have to go right to get Perseverance onto the ground safely.
There's a lot counting on this. This is the first leg of our sample return relay race. There's a lot of work on the line.
Starting about 10 minutes before atmospheric entry, we get rid of really the spacecraft part of the rover that's been supporting us.
We come screaming in to the Martian atmosphere at 12 to 13,000 miles per hour.
And the heat shield is what dissipates all that initial energy through friction.
The vehicle will continue actually flying itself through the atmosphere. It's sort of like a transforming vehicle that went from spacecraft, and now it's kind of like an aircraft actively guiding itself.
When we're going slow enough, we deploy a parachute.
It's the biggest supersonic parachute we've ever sent to another planet. It's critical for slowing down the vehicle.
Perseverance's entry, descent, and landing borrows heavily from that of Curiosity.
But fundamentally, Perseverance is a different rover. She's bigger, she has different instruments.
We've added a lot of smarts on the inside to make it more capable so that it can deal with the landing site that we've given.
The science team identified Jezero Crater as basically an ancient lake bed and one of the most promising places to look for evidence of ancient microbial life and to collect samples for future return to Earth. The problem is it's a much more hazardous place to land.
When you look at Jezero, all you see is danger. How do we go to a site that we never thought was safe enough to go to before? So the heat shield, which has protected us all the way through entry, is no longer necessary. We need to get that off so that we can actually see the ground. And we can see the ground in a couple different ways.
Perseverance will be the first mission to use terrain relative navigation. So while it's descending on the parachute, it will actually be taking images of the surface of Mars and determining where to go based on what it sees. This is finally like landing with your eyes open. Having this new technology really allows Perseverance to land in much more challenging terrain than Curiosity or any previous Mars mission could. Amongst the rocks and the craters and the cliffs, these things are hazardous to the rover, but these are the things that are interesting to the scientists.
Once Perseverance has figured out where she is, jettison the back shell and parachute and light up our rockets. Those rockets help us steer to a safe landing spot that's nearby.
That descent stage takes us all the way down to about 20 meters off the ground.
That's when we start the sky maneuver. Once the rover has hit the ground, the descent stage will cut loose from the rover and fly away to a safe distance. Surviving that 7 minutes is really just the beginning for Perseverance. Its job, right, being the first leg of sample return, to go look for those signs of past life on Mars. All that can't start until we get Perseverance safely to the ground. And then that's when the real mission begins.
With us now is Al Chen. He is Perseverance's entry, descent, and landing lead. Al, you were part of the Curiosity rover landing. Does it get any easier the second time around?
It absolutely does not, especially when considering we're trying to land the biggest, heaviest, and most complex rover we've ever built at the most dangerous landing site we've ever attempted. Jezero may look great and promising from a science perspective, but it's absolutely treacherous for landing. There's a cliff wall that's about 200 feet tall that runs right through the middle of the landing site. There are craters full of sand that even if we landed in them, we would not be able to drive out of. And there are rocks to the east and actually all over the place, rock fields. That would be a bad day for us if we were to land on them.
Now, Al, what new technology makes this type of dangerous landing possible?
Perseverance is carrying two new technologies that are really kind of under the hood smarts that are allowing us to land at this treacherous landing site. The first is range trigger. That's the ability, we've given Perseverance the ability to decide for herself, based on where she is, when to deploy the parachute. Previously, we used to deploy parachutes, that supersonic parachute, based just on navigated velocity. But now Perseverance has the smarts to figure out where she is and deploy that parachute at just the right place to make sure that we shrink where we could come down. That actually reduces the area, that error ellipse, where we can come down on the ground, from something that was on the order of 15 miles long by 12 miles wide for Curiosity to about 5 miles long by 4 miles wide for Perseverance. So that's quite a bit of reduction. Second, the next piece of technology that's helping us land there is terrain relative navigation. In the past, after we've popped off the heat shield, we've taken pictures of the ground as it's been coming up, but we haven't really done anything with them. This time, Perseverance is carrying a camera to take pictures, but also a kind of second brain to help it figure out what those pictures are telling it and match it up with an onboard map from a satellite. That allows it to figure out exactly where she is. Suddenly, then, she can then fly to safe spots that are nearby once she really knows where she is. It allows the site to not have to be as flat and boring as a pancake as some of our past sites have been, the entire area we could come down. Now we just need little pieces of that site to be small enough and safe enough for us to land in safely and fly there after we've gotten rid of the parachute.
And we also have a social media question coming in. Sansakari14 on Instagram is asking, how does the Sky Crane decide where to move itself after the payload lands?
After the payload lands, after the rover touches down, the Sky Crane, the descent stage, which is that rocket-powered jetpack above it, the first job, of course, is to make sure you don't hurt the rover. So it'll turn forward or backward so that the engine plumes don't pass over the rover. So it'll come up and start to turn. And it'll go in whichever direction is closest to north. So it can either go forward, if that's the way north is, or go toward the rear of the rover, if that's where north is. And it'll fly about a third of a mile or so away.
Thanks for talking to us today, Al.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's head back to Mission Control for an update from Swati.
Hi, Raquel. So remember that command that we sent at around 11:35 to turn the transmitter off? We are just about to get confirmation that Perseverance has received the command. The command took 11 minutes to go to Perseverance, and then the reply took 11 minutes to get back from Perseverance to the ground. So we should hear any second now that we have officially turned off the transmitter. And after that, we will be about 4 minutes from the start of entry, descent, and landing mode. At this point, we will transition from the cruise approach mode to entry, descent, and landing. And that means our travel from Earth to Mars is done, and now we just need to get to the surface. So far, things are looking good.
Great.
Oh, this is CAD 3, ready to show estimated miss distance for OD 152.
Copy EDL phase, we'll come back.
Flight Ace.
Go Ace.
Our tracking stations have all confirmed the results of the transmitter drive off and in lock one way.
Copy Ace. GDS flight. Flight GDS. At this time, I'd like to disable the alarms before EDL main. So please disable all the alarm files and start a new downlink session.
Copy that.
EGP.
Copy that. Proceeding now.
Confirmation that we are now officially one way and the transmitter is off.
Rover mission has helped shape the other started with the landing of the Pathfinder more than 20 years ago, leading up to where we are today with Perseverance. Perseverance Deputy Project Manager Jennifer Trosper has worked on every Mars rover mission, and she joins us now. Jennifer, how does Perseverance fit into the history of exploring Mars?
Thanks, Raquel. It's great to be here. Well, Perseverance is NASA's 5th rover on Mars, and I've had the privilege of working on every one of them. And the very first rover was the Sojourner rover we sent in 1997, and it was the size of a microwave oven. And even at that small size, Sojourner was able to transform the way that we explore Mars, from stationary landers to small roving robots that go from place to place, just like a geologist would on Earth. So once we had that roving capability, then we sent our twin rovers Spirit and Opportunity. Spirit and Opportunity were tasked with finding evidence of ancient water on Mars. Now they did. They're great explorers, and both of them found ample evidence that water had once existed on the surface of Mars. But we had a question. Another question then was Mars ever habitable if water had been there? And that's when we sent Curiosity. Now, Curiosity was a major upgrade to our rover fleet. She's the size of a small car. She landed with the Sky Crane system instead of airbags. And she also carries along her own sample analytics lab, and she's still operating today. And during her exploration, she has found evidence of a habitable environment in an ancient lake bed on Mars. So now we're sending Perseverance. Perseverance is tasked with answering the question and looking for evidence of ancient microbial life on Mars. And in order to do this, she has to be the smartest and most capable rover we've ever sent.
Speaking of Perseverance, can you tell us more about how Perseverance is smarter than its predecessors?
Yes, we've made a lot of upgrades to help her along with the surface mission. One of them is for her autonomous traverse capability. When I say autonomous traverse, I mean we tell her where we want her to end up, and she has to figure out the safe and best way to get there. In order to do that, she uses her cameras, algorithms, a computer. So we've given her another computer, we've upgraded the cameras, and we've upgraded the algorithms. Now she drives 3 times as fast as Curiosity could drive in this autonomous traverse mode. In fact, her average daily distance for driving, about 200 meters, is close to the maximum distance any rover has ever driven in a day on Mars. So she's fast. Another thing that we've done, which is the most significant upgrade that we've made, is the sample caching system itself. Curiosity has a robotic arm, like Perseverance has a robotic arm, but on the end of Perseverance's robotic arm is a coring drill that will go and take rock cores, transfer them into sample tubes and into the rover, where another robotic arm will take those tubes, will seal them and store them, and eventually drop them on the surface of Mars for future return to Earth.
Great. And we also have a social media question about Perseverance. Erica AS on Instagram wants to know what the wheels of the rover are made out of.
Great question. Well, you may think we make them out of some material you've never heard of. It turns out they're made of aluminum. Now, Perseverance's wheels are a little thicker than Curiosity's, but they're actually both made out of aluminum.
And one more question for you. Can you tell us more about the importance of where you are right now in the building?
Yes, I am above, on the 2nd floor, above the cruise mission support area that you've been watching. And this is the surface mission support area. So as soon as Perseverance lands, all commands, this room will take over. It will become headquarters for operating Perseverance on Mars.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us today, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Now, we now know Perseverance's place in history. Let's take an up-close look at the rover with Mars 2020 System Testbed Engineer, Elio Morillo.
Thank you, Raquel. I'm standing in front of the Mars 2020 Perseverance scaled model. As you can tell, this vehicle is about the size of a Mini Cooper. These wheels are obviously black here and they look like rubber, but they're actually fully made of metal. These wheels are designed to allow us to climb over obstacles and of course climb over hills and minimize the amount of slipping once we're traversing on the surface of Mars. Here in the front of the rover, we have the sample caching system. And of course, at the very front end of this is the robotic arm, which this entire system is arguably the most complex robotic system we've ever sent outside of Earth. Here at the tip of the arm, we have a turret which contains a suite of instruments along with some drills and coring capabilities that will allow us to do contact science once we get to the surface of Mars. Not only that, this robotic system is equipped to collect samples about the size of a piece of chalk that then eventually will be stored inside of the vehicle and dropped off in a later location so that an eventual mission can go and return these samples to Earth, something we've never done in the past. Here in the front, we have the remote sensing mast. Something of note is that this mechanism is going to be stowed upon the touchdown on the surface of Mars. And one of the first critical activities we do is deploy this mechanism. This mechanism includes several cameras that are going to give us some of the most breathtaking images we've ever taken on Mars. Along with that, we have some lasers as well as a spectrometer. They're going to allow us to do some remote science. Here you see some of these extrusions that are part of the larger weather suite of instruments that will allow us to characterize the local climate around Perseverance. So that's a quick tour of the rover, but I got to get back to work. So back to you.
Perseverance is collecting samples of Martian rock for future return to Earth. We've heard that scientists have been wanting to bring Martian samples back for many generations. And here to talk a little bit about that is NASA's Planetary Science Division Director, Lori Glaze, who joins us now to talk about the role Perseverance will play in NASA's future goals. Welcome, Lori.
Hi.
Now, as you just heard, we've heard that scientists have been wanting to bring back these Martian samples for a very long time. Why do we need to bring them back?
That's really a great question. You know, we actually have examples of Mars already here on Earth that came here as meteorites, but we don't know exactly where they came from on Mars. And then they also have had to make the trip from Mars to Earth. And so they got altered during that time. And then during their entry and descent into the Earth's atmosphere, that also changes what those rocks are like. So being able to go to Mars and actually collect a sample where we know exactly where it came from, and we know we can preserve it and keep it pristine and carry it all the way back here, this will be incredibly important to help us answer questions about the geologic history of Mars, understanding how it formed and evolved, and also really important questions about whether or not life actually existed on Mars 3.5 billion years ago, and whether that life, if it existed, has been preserved in the surface of Mars.
Now, Lori, these sample tubes that Perseverance is going to be collecting, they're the cleanest things ever created on Earth. Tell me a little bit about that.
Oh my goodness. We worked so hard. The team here at JPL is absolutely incredible to assure that those sample tubes are incredibly clean. One of the main goals of this mission is to be able to detect if there's actual life that's preserved, ancient life preserved in those rocks, in those samples. And we definitely don't want to be carrying, our own DNA off to Mars and then bring it back here to confuse our scientists when they're trying to study those samples. So it is an incredibly clean set of equipment that's been sent there. As you said, the cleanest thing we've ever sent into space.
Now, this is a very complicated campaign. Can you break down for us how it's going to work and if there's any international partners working with us?
You are correct. The Mars sample return campaign is incredibly complex. In fact, it's probably the most challenging thing we've ever tried to do. But we're definitely not going to try and do it alone. We have great partners with the European Space Agency. And the way this campaign is going to work, well, Perseverance is the first step. Chapter 1 is going to Mars and collecting the samples. Chapter 2 is going to be a sample return lander that we hope to launch in around 2026 to 2028. And that lander, it'll be an American lander carrying a fetch rover that's provided by European Space Agency. And that little fetch rover will drive out and pick up the samples that Perseverance left on the surface of Mars. And the Fetch Rover will bring them back and load them into a rocket that we call the Mars Ascent Vehicle, which will be the first ever launch from another planet. And it will launch those samples into orbit around Mars. In the meantime, European Space Agency will have an orbiter that's in orbit around Mars that can rendezvous and capture those samples and then bring them back to Earth for us to study back here in our amazing laboratories.
A lot of firsts, it sounds like, Lori. And another first, how is Perseverance and the Mars sample return mission going to help the future exploration, human exploration of Mars?
I'm so glad you asked that. I think we're going to get a lot of great information from Mars sample return with, again, being able to land the heaviest payload we've ever landed on Mars will be that sample return lander. That's critical to us learning how to land humans on Mars. And then we are definitely going to want to be able to launch the humans back off of Mars. So that Mars Ascent Vehicle is going to be critical, that first step of the first launch from another planet.
So exciting, Lori. And speaking about the Mars generation, we're now going to take a
You will be the scientists and engineers that will be the next generation to change how we think about Mars and how we think about life in the solar system.
That was a great question, Lori. Reach for the stars, future little scientists and engineers. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Lori.
It's my pleasure. Thanks.
Back to you, Raquel, for another mission update.
Thanks, Marina. The cruise team for Perseverance controls the rover on its way to Mars. And moments ago, they handed it over to the landing team. And it looks like team leaders in mission control are about to talk to both teams. So let's listen in.
The CBM change, as I mentioned previously, is to the EDL reserve two-way non-coherent route.
Activity.
Copy flight.
EDL phase, go ahead.
I'd like to see pep talk, I guess, to the team. All right. I'm terrible at pep talks. I think my reputation precedes me there. And look, I know this hasn't been easy, right? I'm not even sure we've even been all in the same room at the same time. I mean, I'm staring at folks across the internet as well. Even now, right? Yeah. Voice check. Okay. I do want to just extend my heartfelt appreciation from the EDL team to the launch cruise team. You've done everything we've asked for, right? I mean, you've battled anomalies, you've dealt with Cepheids, you've done everything. You delivered a healthy spacecraft to the place that we want to go, and she's right on target, right? We did the last maneuver literally 2 months ago, right? This is pretty incredible, in my opinion. And she's armed with the right information to help us land. Doing the parameter update last night, we're ready to roll. You've done everything right. And you've put up with us too, right? You've put up with our eccentricities and the things we like to do in EDL land. So I very much appreciate that. So you all should sleep in on Friday, since you guys have earned it. Thanks for literally and figuratively putting us in the right position to succeed. And let's land on Mars together.
Copy EDL phase. And as flight director, I also would like to thank the whole team, cruise ops, EDL ops, EDL team, and the surface ops as well. It's been an amazing journey. I think we all know that. And it's been my honor and pleasure to work with you all side by side. And your tireless efforts and endurance in the face of our challenges has been truly, truly inspiring. So kudos to you. Mission, would you like to say something?
Yeah, just echoing the same words that Al and Magdi have mentioned. You guys have overcome great obstacles in the last 6.5 months, and it started with an earthquake in this room on launch day at L-20 minutes. So I can't be more proud than all of the achievements that you guys have pulled off in the last 6.5 months. Whatever happens in the next hour and a half, you can be proud of the achievements that you've accomplished so far. I look forward to seeing you on the other side. And I only wish that the rest of our team could be sharing this moment with us. This is a very unusual event. This room is only half as full as it would be if we weren't in this pandemic. So missing everybody on the team who's not with us here today. And go EDL.
Welcome to the EDL family.
And with that, Godspeed Perseverance. All right, activity. Go ahead and continue the report.
Sure thing, Flight. We've since completed the EDL start anchor. As I was mentioning, we changed our CBM row to EDL reserve two-way non-coherent. That row reinforces our CBM windows disabled, keeps our packetization on, it turns off our ranging and switches to the auxiliary oscillator. We have also started our real-time data products and reinforced Medley on. At this time,
Now, we just heard Perseverance team leaders thank the cruise team for their work in guiding the rover to Mars. Now, did you know the rover name and Mars helicopter name came from students? Well, a couple weeks ago, Marina was able to catch up with them.
Thanks, Raquel. Earlier this year, NASA and our partners held a nationwide essay contest to name our Mars rover. Alex Mather, a 7th grader from Springfield, Virginia, submitted the winning essay that was selected by NASA from a field of more than 28,000 entries from K through 12 students in every state in the U.S. Vanessa Rupani's essay for Ingenuity was so compelling, NASA thought it would be a perfect name for the history-making helicopter, a technology demonstration carried aboard the Perseverance rover. Alex and Vanessa join us now. Welcome, you guys.
Hello, space nerds.
Hi. Now, you got to go to Florida and watch the launch live back in July. Alex, what were you feeling as you saw that rocket launch into the sky?
I read a log of books written by astronauts, and every single one of them always talks about the raw power behind the space launch. And I definitely feel like watching the launch invoked that sense of inspiration mixed with anticipation, along with that rumble in my chest.
That's very inspirational. And I'm sure that you have had many conversations with your classmates since this all began. Now, what kind of questions have they asked you?
I got some people asking me about what this helicopter is, what this rover is, what are they actually going to do. So I love that this whole experience sparked a greater interest in the mission in my community.
Why do you think it's so important for kids to be inspired by space exploration?
Because space is the future, and kids are the future. Learning about space and watching the story of humanity spread to the stars happen is watching the future happen and seeing history unfold.
The best way to keep our home safe and protect our planet is to learn from the worlds around it. So I think it's really important for the next generation of scientists to be engaged in that type of exploration to make our home the best place it can be.
Now, speaking of the future, what has your life been like since naming the rover and helicopter? Has it sparked any future aspirations for the two of you?
Oh man, I am currently applying to a science and technology school for high school. I'm hoping for a NASA internship sometime along the way, with my ultimate goal being to join the incredible team of scientists and engineers who are about to make this happen.
This whole experience has definitely shown me that I want to go into the space industry. I came home from Florida, did all my college applications, and checked aerospace engineering on all the boxes. I mean, the whole time we were there, I was thinking, why would anyone want to do anything else?
So true. And the best of luck to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Alex and Vanessa.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. I had a great time.
Now, your essays, as well as the top 155 finalist essays, are riding on the Perseverance rover, along with nearly 11 million of the names from all over the world that were submitted before launch. And if you miss the chance to get your name on Perseverance, then you will get another chance to reserve a spot on the next mission to Mars. So make sure that you sign up now at mars.nasa.gov for your boarding pass. As virtual celebrations are happening all over the globe, let's take a look at some of your submissions on our social channels, showing us how you're celebrating the Perseverance landing right now. And remember to hashtag countdown to Mars and send those in. We would love to show them off. Look at these kids. They are getting so excited. Everyone's watching it. A lot of classrooms are watching it. Oh, and great, someone did a Lego version of Perseverance, which is awesome. It looks fantastic. We love getting all your pictures out there. We've gotten a lot of artwork from kids, which has been great. I know I have a 9-year-old John at home, and he loves to draw the rover. And look at that. That is awesome. That's better than anything I could bake, that's for sure. Perseverance in a cake. That looks so great. Delicious. I want to get into that. Another great send-in from David Bowie Reel. Thank you so much for your submissions. Remember, hashtag countdown to Mars. We love to see how you're celebrating. Now, you might know our next guest from shows like Emily's Wonder Lab. Joining me now is Emily Calandrelli. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Now, you are very passionate about getting kids interested in science and space exploration. Why do you think kids are so excited about space?
Well, I know the reason I'm excited about space, and I think it's the same reason that many others are excited about space, and it's that the people in the space industry work to answer two of the biggest questions that humans have ever asked. Are we alone in the universe, and where did we all come from? And by sending a rover to Mars, we are gaining evidence for the answers to these questions, more evidence than we ever had before, and I think that's so exciting.
It is, and I know you get loads of interesting questions from kids. Have you gotten any about Mars specifically?
Oh my gosh, yes. Everybody loves Mars. It's in movies and books and TV shows, and everybody loves Mars. So one of the things that I get asked a lot is that, it's called the red planet. Why is it red? Well, it's red because it's literally rusty. The top layer of soil on Mars has iron oxide in it, or rust, and rust has that brownish red color. So it's red because it's rusty. And also because it's red, they ask, is it red hot? Is it really hot on Mars? And well, no, actually, it's colder than the Earth. It's farther away from the sun. So as you would imagine, it's a little bit colder than the Earth. It also has a really thin atmosphere. So the heat that it does have, it has a hard time keeping in. And so it's a little bit colder. But then I also get asked, what would I weigh on Mars? That's a really fun question. So on Mars, it's a little bit smaller than the Earth, so the gravity there is weaker. It's about 3/8 the gravity that we have here on Earth. So if you weighed 100 pounds here on Earth, you'd weigh 38 pounds on Mars, or 100 kilograms here on Earth, 38 kilograms on Mars.
Those are all super fun. I think even some adults want to know the answers to those questions, Emily. Now, why do you think it's so important to educate kids about science and give them that great foundation?
Well, science is the language of nature, and learning about science and learning how to think like a scientist means you are learning how to systematically seek out truth in the world. You are learning the scientific method, you're learning how to be a critical thinker, and honestly, those skills are great for whatever you end up wanting to do in life.
True. If you want to be a scientist or an opera singer, that holds true. And what are you most excited about today?
I mean, humans are launching a robot to Mars. That doesn't happen every day. I think in all of the hecticness that is going on today and all of the nerves, I just hope everyone can take a moment to sit back and remember that we live in a time when humans have the ability to send a robot to another planet. And that's so cool to me.
It is very cool, Emily. Take a deep breath. Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks for having me.
Sending it back to you now, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. We are offering lots of ways to ride along with us to Mars. Now put yourself right into the action now with our Perseverance photo booth. You can pose next to the rover, place yourself in our mission control, and even see what you might look like taking a selfie on the red planet. There, you'll also have a chance to sign up to send your name to Mars on NASA's next flight to the red planet. It's all available at go.nasa.gov/Mars 2020 Toolkit. And joining us now is JPL Chief Engineer and Landing Veteran Rob Manning. He will be breaking down key moments coming up, and very few people know more about landing on Mars than Rob, going back to the Pathfinder mission in 1997. Thanks for joining us today, Rob.
Thank you very much, Rick, for having me here. And what a wonderful experience. What a wonderful day for a beautiful day in California. We're just also excited here, anxious, worried, but very hopeful.
Rob, I have a question for you. There is a landing tradition at JPL that involves eating peanuts for good luck. Can you tell us how did that start?
Yes, it started in the mid-1960s. What happened was we had a series of missions that had failures. The Ranger program in the early 1960s, one after another, failed. And what happened was one day, a fellow by the name of Dick Wallace on Ranger number 7, on the 7th attempt, decided to bring peanuts to the ops area just before the launch. And guess what? That mission worked. Now, we're not supposed to be too superstitious. We're engineers and scientists after all, but we love tradition. And ever since then, before launch and before critical events like entry, descent, landing, we have brought out peanuts and shared them with the team. And it's been really a wonderful little experience. And so this is something we're doing right now. And it's something that we just can't help ourselves. It's just part of the experience.
Oh, well, speaking of the experience, how did the Perseverance team keep the tradition alive this year?
Well, this year we're passed out little packets of peanuts to the team, and they can sneak one peanut in their mouth as part of to keep the tradition alive. But this is part of the COVID experience, but we can't leave this one undone. So this is what we're doing, and this is going to help us land safely.
All right, thanks, Rob. I have some questions for you a little later on, but we're heading back to Swati Mohan, who is part of the landing team. She'll be calling out key milestone and events as they happen from Mission Control. So let's listen in right now.
So right now we're still about 20 minutes from entry, and the EDL phase is giving a last-minute confirmation of what will be happening in the upcoming changes to the vehicle, just to remind the team.
This will allow us to steer our trajectory as we make our way through the atmosphere. This is one of the things that allowed MSL, the Curiosity rover, to land where it did. And we're depending on the same type of entry guidance this time around to help get us very close to our target. As we make our way through entry, finish our guided entry profile, we'll do a maneuver called heading alignment, where we point toward the target and get ready to deploy the parachute. But before we deploy the parachute, we need to get rid of a set of balanced masses that have been giving us a center of gravity, or CG offset, throughout the guided entry phase. So these are called the entry balance masses. We also call this maneuver SUFR, S-U-F-R, or straighten up and fly right. So we'll go ahead and eject those masses when we get a trigger from the GNC system telling us that we're at the appropriate range to the target to do so. As soon as we deploy those, we will no longer have a CG offset, and we'll be ready to deploy the parachute 17 seconds later.
Right where the Perseverance team is sitting now, what's in store for them as we approach landing?
I'm going to hold here for
EDL prep as we're about to start that anchor.
Copy piece 2. And activity, please call that out when it's ready. Copy, flight.
Can I make the announcement now? Go ahead. Maggie's make the announcement that. All right. Now, Rob, you've been right where the Perseverance team is sitting now. What's in store for them as we approach landing?
Well, this is the this is the nail-biting time. Fortunately, we still have ones and zeros coming, but very soon, as we approach cruise stage separation, the transmitter on this rover we've been using all the way to get to Mars is going to be turned off. So we will lose our ability to see ones and zeros. But the good thing is, once the cruise stage is gone, there's another radio that will continue transmitting a tone, so that like a flashlight that will allow us to at least see that the vehicle is still on, and that color of that flashlight tells us a little bit what state the rover's in. But soon after that, it won't be very long before we'll be able to hear more ones and zeros coming from the spacecraft. So this is a really exciting time, and it's just important to remind people this is there's a lot that can go wrong in a day like today. There are thousands of things that have to go right.
Yeah, we had success in the past landing on Mars. You'd think it gets easier, but it really doesn't. Why is it still so difficult?
Well, it's because it's involved thousands and thousands of things, hundreds of thousands of lines of code. There's 79 pyrotechnic devices. Each have to work perfectly. One critical wire short or one key thing mechanism that doesn't work or breaks, and it's mission over. And so it's and it's very easy. We're human beings. We're not perfect. Mistakes can be made. We count on each other to find our own mistakes, and we work very hard to learn from the mistakes of the past. We've had many failures. Remind people, roughly around half of the missions to Mars over history have failed. And so it's that could happen today too. Even though we've had a nice, wonderful string of successes in the United States, it's still still a bit of a gamble that we have hoped that we have erred in the side of luck, and we've stacked the deck and loaded the dice to make this thing succeed. But if we do fail, and something bad happens today, I can tell you, we're going to learn it. We'll have the data that tell us what happened. We'll know why. We'll figure it out. And if we are allowed, we will pick ourselves up and get us back on the horse. And if Congress and NASA allow, we will try again. As we always do, we will learn from our mistakes.
And what are the possible scenarios we could be looking at today?
Well, there's things like one of the key stressful elements for all of us is parachute inflation. But just even separating from the cruise stage is a pretty major event. Lots of devices have to work properly. Certainly, the heat shield separation, getting the descent engine started. There's no less than 16 rocket motors that have to work. 8 to control during entry, another 8 to control it during landing. I said it's a lot of stuff, and it all has to work. And guess what? We haven't done this before with this vehicle ever. This is its first attempt to actually land. We can't try this on Earth. We can't we don't have test pilots to try it out on this planet before the big show. So this vehicle is doing it for the first time. We've done the best testing we can do in bits and pieces, but it's as best as we can do. But I think our team is up to it. This team is the best. It's a diverse, intelligent, amazing group of people. People from all over the world who worked on this, not just here in California, but all over NASA, contributors from aerospace, universities, countries around the world. It is just an incredible, remarkable engineering achievement. And I am just so proud of this team.
Thanks, Rob. Now, let's listen back into Mission Control.
Flight, we're about 14 minutes from entry interface. The vehicle is currently preparing the heat rejection system that has kept the thermal system cool inside the air shell for about the last 6 months. This will allow the spacecraft to more easily cut the line in upcoming cruise stage separation, which is under 4 minutes now.
We have now enabled the Rover Pyro Bus.
That's the pyrotechnic system that's
We
going
are
to
powering off the cruise stage devices.
and these are the things in the cruise stage that we no longer need. With the pyrotechnic system working, we can explode the devices.
The vehicle is preparing for the upcoming cruise stage operation in about 3 minutes 15 seconds by powering off all the devices on the cruise stage in order that they can be safe once the cruise stage is jettisoned.
Yeah, this cruise stage has been very reliable.
We are firing our first pyros to vent the HRS liquid and gas.
This has been the coolant that's kept their vehicle from getting too hot on the way to Mars. We have to vent it into space. And this is one of the first major events that take place as part of entry, descent, landing.
The HRS vent anchor is complete.
Yes.
We will see the next anchor in approximately 3 minutes.
Okay.
We are currently 12.5 minutes from entry interface. We are coming upon cruise stage separation in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
What's happening now, Rob?
Okay, well, we're just waiting. The Rover is completely in charge. It's doing all the things we've taught it how to do. It's all built into the software. We've tested it over and over and over again. This team has spent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week testing this thing for years. And so this is really the culmination of all that work. So this vehicle is getting ready to push that cruise stage away. Once it gets pushed away, the entry system with the Rover inside, with the Rover still in charge, is going to get ready to take the vehicle, turn it to the right orientation, and aim it to Mars, and prepare for entering the atmosphere. This won't be long. Be prepared for this event.
We're about 1.5 minutes from cruise stage separation, about 11 minutes, 20 seconds from entry interface.
Okay, so it's about 10 minutes from cruise stage separation till entering the top of the atmosphere. From then on and out, things happen
We're
fast.
switching to MFSK tones. Telemetry will have stopped.
Telecom is confirming that the spacecraft has switched to broadcasting tones. These tones are received directly from Perseverance, but have very limited information content. We won't receive real-time information until about 9-10 minutes from now, once the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter starts relaying information from Perseverance. We are under 1 minute from cruise stage separation, about 10.5 minutes from entry interface.
It's getting exciting. I have to admit, I am quite anxious, but very hopeful that this machine is going to do what we asked it to do.
We're seeing the heartbeat tones.
Okay, that means that there's no more ones and zeros coming. It's just the vehicle telling us it's still alive.
We're continuing to receive tones from Perseverance, standing by for cruise stage separation.
Yes.
We have indication that cruise stage separation has been confirmed by the spacecraft.
We're off on a good start.
In about 1 minute, Perseverance's landing software will wake up and begin the final preparations for entry. The first action it will do is to fire warm-up pulses with its entry thrusters. These pulses ensure that the spacecraft gets the thrust that it wants during entry interface. We're about 9 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, so now the vehicle's on its own. It's turning itself into the direction of facing the heat shield toward Mars, and will eventually hitting the top of the atmosphere. We're not far away. This is going to go very quickly from here on out.
That's confirmation that we got shadowed by the cruise stage as it passed through our beam to the Earth.
Telecom indicated actually that we could see a signal that the cruise stage went between the Perseverance entry capsule and Earth. So we saw a little blip, the data stream indicating the cruise stage separation. We have confirmation that the vehicle has started warming up those entry thrusters. Warm-up pulses have begun. At this point, the spacecraft is trying to stop its spin from the cruise 2 revolutions per minute down to 0, and then will turn to its desired orientation from entry. It will separate the 2 balance masses that has kept it balanced during all of cruise. This will allow the entry capsule to have lift when it enters the atmosphere. We have confirmation that the spacecraft has turned to the desired entry attitude. We're about 7.5 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, the vehicle is pointed in the right direction. The thrusters are warmed up and doing their job. And now we've spun down from 2 revolutions per minute that the vehicle had the whole way to Mars. It's a spin stabilized spacecraft. And then from here on out, it's going to just be a bullet and it's going to control its orientation and attitude via rockets on the back of the
MRO
back shell.
points carrier lock. The DTE from Radio Science from Green Bank reports carrier lock. They see the carrier on the downlink.
Flight level 1.
We are continuing to wait for entry interface. We're about 6 minutes and 45 seconds from entry interface. We have confirmation from Greenback that they are receiving direct to Earth telemetry via that path. The spacecraft Perseverance is currently transmitting heartbeat tones. These tones indicate that Perseverance is operating normally and has nothing significant to report. This is as expected. We're currently just over 6 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, now we wait. As soon as we get to the top of the atmosphere, it will be very quickly, which is the entry point. It won't be very long before the atmosphere will start getting thicker and thicker. It's going very quickly at a fairly steep angle of 15 degrees into the atmosphere. And as it starts to slow down.
We're just under, we're about 5.5 minutes from entry interface. We're still receiving heartbeat tones. We expect to continue receiving heartbeat tones until about 5 minutes after entry. At that time, Perseverance will be no longer in view of our antennas here on Earth. About 90 seconds prior to entry, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should begin receiving telemetry from Perseverance and streaming it to Earth in near real time. There are a few expected short outages, such as when we have a plasma blackout or when we enter the peak heating phase. Aside from these outages caused by the plasma blackout, antenna switching, or high dynamic events, spacecraft events, we should have telemetry until about 90 seconds after landing. A plasma blackout is when the signal from Perseverance isn't strong enough to make it through the superheated, super fast air flowing around the spacecraft all the way down to Earth. Once the temperature drops below that peak heating, we do reacquire the signal from Perseverance. We are currently about 4.5 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance continues to report heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
Okay, what we're looking for now is Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should be in view soon of our vehicle and be able to listen to ones and zeros coming from a separate radio that's really designed to talk between spacecraft.
MRO reports the electro radio is powered on, ready to receive signals from the lander.
Okay, MRO is ready and able and waiting for to hear from our rover.
Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter has reported that it's ready to receive the signals from Perseverance. It should be in a few minutes here. We're just
Flight level 1
from entry interface.
we don't need these ones and zeros, as Swati said, but to land safely, but we really need it for our own health and well-being today to keep our nerves in control. But
Around this time, a second spacecraft, MAVEN, should begin picking up telemetry from Perseverance and will continue to record that telemetry until several minutes post-landing. We won't get that data for several hours after landing as it's being recorded and then will be forwarded to Earth later. We are continuing to receive heartbeat tones, indicating that everything is nominal. We're currently at about 3 minutes until entry interface.
okay. Very soon we'll be getting ones and zeros, I hope, from our radio on the rover. The entry interface is nothing more than just an arbitrary place in the sky that we've defined to be above the atmosphere. But from that point on, there's definitely atmosphere, and above it, there isn't.
We are 2 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance is to transmit heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
So the tones can tell us whether something's bad or not is happening. So far the heartbeat is doing well. So the vehicle thinks it's in good shape to land, which is a great sign.
We're just under 2 minutes from entry interface. As it gets closer to Mars, Perseverance is actually being pulled in by gravity and accelerating. By the time Perseverance reaches entry interface point, she should be going just under 5.4 kilometers per second. We're at about 90 seconds from entry interface and standing by for Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to pick up the telemetry. We are 1 minute from entry interface.
MROs are in receive mode.
We have confirmation that the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is now relaying data from Perseverance. We're about 30 seconds from entry interface. Perseverance is going about 5.2 kilometers per second and is about 190 kilometers altitude above the surface of Mars.
Confirm your jet data flow.
About seconds from entry interface. 5.3 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 150 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Entry.
We have confirmation of entry interface. Perseverance is currently going 5.3 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 120 kilometers from the surface of Mars. The spacecraft is now waiting until it begins feeling the atmosphere of Mars to slow it down. Once there is enough atmosphere, it will start controlling its path to the landing target. Navigation is also confirming that we can see a little bit of that slowdown of the atmosphere on the Perseverance entry capsule. Our current velocity is about 5.36 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 67 kilometers from the surface.
We're probably seeing MRO plasma blackout at this point.
The vehicle should be doing its turns right now.
MRO has lost lock.
Perseverance. We have indications that Perseverance is now performing bank reversals in the atmosphere. These are the steps in order to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance has just passed through the point of maximum deceleration and has indicated that it felt approximately 10 Earth Gs of deceleration.
MRO has lock again.
Yes, 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 yes.
We saw a small outage of the UHF telemetry from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter during that peak heating phase, likely caused by the plasma blackout. Perseverance is still continuing to perform bank reversals in the atmosphere to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance is going about 1 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 16 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have entered heading alignment, which means Perseverance is no longer trying to control the distance to Mars, but to the target on Mars, but instead is flying straight to the target.
Parachute.
Our current velocity is about 550 meters per second at an altitude of about 15 kilometers from the surface.
MRO is reporting good telemetry lock.
We are coming upon the straighten up. We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground.
Yes, yes, yes.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed, and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Yes.
Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds, and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Yes, yes, yes.
Perseverance now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers above the surface of Mars. Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We are coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers.
Almost there.
We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation.
Yes.
We have priming of the landing engines. Current velocity is
83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the back shell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about 1 kilometer off the surface of Mars.
TRN Safety Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation. Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars. We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver.
We've lost direct to Earth tones.
As expected. As expected.
Sky crane maneuver has started. About 20 meters off the surface.
We're getting signals from MRO.
UHF is good.
Direct through Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to Earth.
Oh my God. Oh. Oh.
MRO reports they're still getting telemetry from the lander.
All right, all stations.
We got it.
Touchdown
We're there.
confirmed. We're going to wait for the images.
Wow.
This is so exciting. The team is beside themselves. It's so surreal. Stay tuned. We might get some pictures.
That'd be great.
So much has been riding on this.
Yeah, we just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars.
It's not the
Flight, we have seen the completion of EDL 3000. Copy activity. That is as expected.
We finally landed on Mars. Thank you so much for watching with us. We are live connected.
MRO is still seeing a strong signal from the
in
lander.
California. We were there 2 years ago to watch the rover, and finally we just touched down on Mars. We just received the news. We are connected live with JPL, and we can see that
We've just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars. Congratulations to the mission. And looks like we have some more news in. It looks like we're getting the first image. Here, take a look at the first image.
Flight, this is OL3. I have the target point on the map when you are ready. We are ready, OL3. Go for it.
Wow.
Flight, I'll be moving in, showing you the safe zone that we've landed in.
The team has just put the first image from Perseverance on the surface of Mars. Now, it comes from the engineering cameras known as the hazard camera. This camera is mainly used to help the rover drive safely around Mars, and we will get higher resolution photos later in the day.
Look at that, right? You get the stakes.
Wow.
Nice.
This is amazing.
There's Andrew.
For Steve. Stand by for Steve.
You're watching now the first live images of Perseverance on Mars.
You did it. You did it. You did. You led the team. You made it happen, man. Congratulations,
We just got our second image in. Our second image is in.
Okay, well, these we have a camera in the front and rear of the spacecraft. They're near the ground, so these are pretty close. So you can see the wheels there,
What we can see right now are live images from Mars. This is incredible. We are connected all around the world with NASA JPL, and we are receiving the first images for the Mars rover that just landed. And what you're seeing right now are images from Mars. We're watching images from another planet.
And we even know where we landed. This is the most amazing thing. The vehicle has told us where it's landed because it figured it out. You know, this is a sign. NASA works. NASA works. And when we put our arms together and our hands together and our brains together, we can succeed. This is what NASA does. This is what we can do as a country on all of the problems we have. We need to work together to do these kinds of things and make success happen.
Yeah.
And joining us now is the acting administrator of NASA, Steve Jurczyk. Steve, welcome and congratulations.
Hey, thank you. What an amazing day.
And how does it feel to have another rover on Mars?
It's amazing to have Perseverance join Curiosity on Mars, and what just a credit to the team. I mean, just what an amazing team to work through all the adversity that goes and all the challenges that go with landing a rover on Mars, plus the challenges of COVID, and just an amazing accomplishment.
And what does this mean for NASA and its future plans?
So for robotic exploration, every time we execute a mission with new instruments, we discover new things and things we never thought we would discover. So that always informs our future robotic missions, both landers, rovers, and orbiters. This mission also has technology on it. One of the cool things is the Ingenuity helicopter. It's an experiment on this mission. But if it's successful, we can use it as an science observation platform by putting instruments on it, and also use it as a scout for future rover missions. And then just the entry, descent, and landing capability. It'll allow us to land more larger, more ambitious robots on the surface of Mars. And then for human exploration, we have the Mars Entry, Descent, and Landing Instrumentation, which is going to give us EDL information. We have the Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. It's going to give us size and properties of dust particles, because when we send people, we're going to have to deal with that dust. This is just an incredible mission because of the science and the technology, and then caching samples for a Mars sample return mission. That will be an amazing mission, the first round trip to Mars and back, and bringing those samples cached by Perseverance back to Earth to examine with state-of-the-art equipment in our laboratories here on Earth.
We have so much to look forward to. And we also have a student question coming in from Landon. Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is Landon Applegate. I'm in 6th grade and I'm going to Academy for Academic Excellence. And my question is, do you think we could get resources from Mars to help on future missions or even as like a launching point?
Great question, Landon. Actually, we have an experiment called the Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment, or MOXIE, and it's going to demonstrate generating oxygen from atmospheric CO2, and that could help generate breathable oxygen, and even if we can liquefy it, oxidizer for propulsion systems. So that's a tech demo on Perseverance. And then we're going to continue to characterize the frozen water on and below the surface of Mars, and eventually try to figure out how to extract that water from the Martian soil, or what we call regolith. And then we can use that for potable water and also break it down into oxygen and hydrogen for rocket fuel. So absolutely, we're going to try to eventually figure out how to live off the land to support human missions to Mars.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us today, Steve.
Thank you.
And now that Perseverance has safely touched down on Mars, let's learn more about what's in store for the rover. Joining us now is Surface Mission Manager Jessica Samuels. Jessica, your surface operations team has now taken over. What are they doing now?
Yes. Hi, Raquel. We are so excited here in the Surface Mission Support area. The team will do a handover with the entry, descent, and landing team and pass any critical information. And then this team behind us will be the team that does the health and safety assessments daily as we progress on this mission.
And what do the upcoming weeks look like for your team?
So as we enter Mars time now, the commanding team will be working overnight while the rover is asleep so that we can perform the initial checkouts of our key rover functions and our science instruments. And we have to do this all in time for the regularly scheduled communication pass, which happens in the morning. And so we will be working around the clock, making sure that Perseverance is healthy, and we will begin this exciting adventure.
And can you tell me, what's it like living on Mars time?
It's a little bit like constantly, flying and changing your time zone. The rover, on Earth, the rover wakes up at the same time every day, but on Earth, that's 40 minutes later. So the team is going to be shifting our work schedule by 40 minutes as we come into work over the next few weeks. So it'll be exciting and some late nights, but we're also excited and we can't wait.
It's a whole new lifestyle.
Yes.
We also have a student question for you. This is Sophia's video.
Hi, my name is Sofia Lopez, and my question for NASA is, how's Perseverance gonna survive? And here's a drawing that I made from Perseverance thinking about Earth. Thank you.
Well, Sophia, Perseverance survives with a power source that charges its batteries overnight while it sleeps, and it keeps heaters on so that all of our critical electronics can stay warm, as well as our mechanism. But it's really survived by the team that performs the health and safety assessments every day and communicates with the rover and makes sure that she's doing okay.
Well, thanks for your time, Jessica, and good luck living on Mars time.
Thank you. Should be fun.
Let's head back to Marina as she gives us a sneak peek into the future at JPL.
Thanks so much, Raquel. It's definitely bustling behind me. It's not quiet like it was just 20 minutes ago. And congrats to the whole team. What an amazing accomplishment. Mike Watkins is the director of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He was the mission manager during the Curiosity rover landing on Mars. Welcome, Mike.
Oh, thanks. Glad to be here. You can see all my mask markings on.
Well, you were just celebrating, and rightly so. Now, you've been around for a number of Mars landings. What makes this one special?
Well, two things. I mean, it's the biggest and best rover we've ever sent to Mars. and it can be, amazing in terms of its own scientific exploration of this habitable environment, at Jezero. But also, as you've heard, it's a step in Mars sample return. So really, it's not only doing its own mission, it's setting us up for a series of missions and to bring those samples back. And, a lot of the effort to develop the rover was specifically designed, for that sampling and caching system. It's one of the most complex robotic systems ever made. And, having it down safely means Mars sample return continues right on course, and we are moving forward.
Wonderful. Now, JPL has a long history with robotic space exploration. Why do you think it's so important to continue to push those boundaries?
There's a lot of reasons. I mean, obviously, for places that are far away, like Mars, and even farther away, like Europa, right now, robotic exploration is the only way we can make these scientific discoveries and really understand these early habitable environments. In the case of Europa, maybe it's even still habitable. And, we're not ready to go there with astronauts yet, but the robots are ready to go there. And so we always, are forerunners and pathfinders of human exploration. And we start by sending, our eyes and arms there in the form of a robot. And it is just fantastic to be able to do that and to learn from each rover, learn from the science and the engineering, and make the next one better and make more and more discoveries. And every time we do one of these missions, we make fabulous discoveries. And each one is more exciting than the last.
The future does look exciting. Now, as director of JPL, what would you like to say to those teams right now celebrating?
Oh, obviously they have earned it. Let me tell you. I mean, they have worked, for years and years on this mission. And then in the past year, of course, we had the COVID experience. And I want to thank not only the team, but also, all of JPL. A lot of folks had to pitch in here, in terms of making sure our remote telework, our IT systems were good enough to support folks working from home. All of the folks looking at PPE and our safe distancing and reconfiguring facilities to make them safe for the employees. It's just an incredible amount of work by the entire lab, and of course, especially by this team. And in one sense, the 7 minutes of terror are very exciting, but on the other hand, the mission's just started, right? We built the mission, not to land, but actually to drive and get the samples and do other technology, demonstrations. And so, for much of the team, this part of the mission's over, but for most of the team, the mission's really just starting. And so, I think they're very excited, but everybody, I think, can take a deep breath and a sigh of relief that we are safely down on the surface.
Yes, that collective sigh of relief. And I hear a lot of excitement and celebration behind me as well. So thanks so much for joining me, Mike.
It's my pleasure. And thanks to everyone for joining us too.
Congrats again to the Mars 2020 Perseverance team for a successful landing. Back to you, Raquel.
Now, there will be a flight test coming up for the Ingenuity Mars helicopter. And if this technology experiment is successful, it would mark the first time we have taken a power-controlled flight on another planet.
Sometimes you have to do something just to show that you can do it. When the Wright brothers flew for the first time to an experimental aircraft, and in the same way, the Mars helicopter is designed to show that we can fly powered helicopter flight in the Martian atmosphere.
From day one, this
and we are going to be live now with one of our guests. This is such an exciting time. I'm happy to introduce you, Eris. Hi, Eris. Thank you so much for being live with us on such an amazing and special and historical day. Tell us a bit more about how you felt and how does it feel for you that we landed on Mars? Can you hear me, Eris?
I hear you fine. It's an accomplishment for the human consciousness. And what is really important here is that people co-created together and came together as one heart and one mind. And when people start living from that understanding, anything is possible, not just space explorations. also about discovering consciousness in a whole different vibration and frequency. Yeah, so it's a day of celebration for sure.
Eric, tell us a bit more, like what this doesn't mean also for humanity and for future exploration. So Mars is just the first planet where we land. So we can land on other planets in our solar system and outside our solar system. This is just the beginning of the space exploration. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that all of these explorations will eventually take the human consciousness beyond this reality and understand that we are so much more than what we have been led to believe. So anything that opens up the consciousness to embrace itself in a whole different way and in a wider horizon, if you like, I respect and honor that and celebrate that. So it's not just about physically go to another planet. It's also about exploration within ourselves that will combine the two together, will be very, very beautiful and really exciting.
Thank you so much, Eris. Keep staying live with us. We're gonna bring you back later on, and now we connect again with NASA. Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Eris.
Sure.
Thank you, Sarah.
Systems that we want to introduce into space exploration.
How did that sound?
Okay. How'd that go?
Mimi Ong is the project manager for Ingenuity. She joins us now as they await a chance to check out their helicopter in the coming days. Welcome, Mimi.
Got enough time to Thank you, Marina.
Oh my goodness, we've been talking about this for months, Mimi. Did you ever think you'd be here at this point? I mean, what's going on in your head right now?
This is super exciting. We have been working on Mars helicopter for over 6 years, testing and carefully designing it for operation at Mars. So what's going through my mind? Ingenuity Mars helicopter is finally at the destination that it is designed for.
Now that Ingenuity is on Mars, what is the timeline you hope to accomplish as you move forward?
We have a series of major milestones between now and Ingenuity's first flight. So tomorrow we'll turn on the helicopter and its base station to confirm health after experiencing the dynamics through the EDL just now. And the next major milestone will be when the rover deploys the helicopter to the surface. And that marks the first moment that Ingenuity operates on its own in a standalone manner. And surviving that first cold, frigid night of Mars will be a major milestone. We'll execute a series of checkouts, and then we will perform that very important first flight. And if the first flight is successful, we have up to 4 more flights in the 30 Martian days that we have set aside for our flight experiments.
And that's when you finally can breathe, right, Mimi? Now, why is it so important to have that aerial dimension to space exploration?
A helicopter flying far ahead of rovers and astronauts in the future can provide high-definition reconnaissance information for the rovers and the astronauts before they take the long journeys. And as importantly, being able to fly will enable us to get to places that we cannot get to with rovers and astronauts, like sites of steep cliffs, deep inside crevices, areas of high scientific interest. It will be game-changing.
Game-changing is right. And we've talked about this a lot. You've mentioned the risk is huge, Mimi, but the reward is high. What will be your greatest reward?
Our team started with the question of whether a helicopter can fly at Mars, given the extremely thin environment. And we systematically demonstrated a series of technical steps. We demonstrated lift first, and then we demonstrated lift and the first ever powered control rotorcraft flight in simulated Mars atmospheric density. And then we went on to build a full-up helicopter that can not only fly, but operate and survive autonomously at Mars, all under 1.8 kilograms, about 4 pounds. And each of these major milestones have been a first. And the success in each of these has been so rewarding. And along the ways, rewards just kept coming. And I have to tell you, at this moment, it's going up exponentially. So after all these tests, analysis, simulations, and more tests on Earth, our team now gets a chance to test, prove, and learn how it works in the actual environment of Mars. Our team can't ask for a bigger reward than that.
Oh, Mimi, I'm so happy for you and your team. And now we're going to take a question from social media on Instagram for you. At Not Vibhuti asks, is the helicopter going to be doing science?
Well, the helicopter Ingenuity is a technology demonstration, and we are demonstrating the ability to fly and learning how to fly for the very, very first time. And so this is a technology demonstration and a pathfinder for future larger rotorcraft, future missions that will carry much larger instruments. So on this mission, we're not doing any science. We're concentrating on engineering data. How did the vehicle perform? And as you saw Bob Belram in the video before, we will be taking a few color pictures, first ever color pictures from the flying aerial vantage point, but they'll be icing on the cake. For this one, this is all about engineering data and how do we fly compared to all the tests we have done on Earth.
Mimi, so much for your team and the future generations of scientists and engineers to look forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Great
much
day.
for joining us, Mimi, and good luck to your team with that first test flight.
Thank you so much.
Now, we look forward to the Perseverance rover and Ingenuity helicopter beginning their journeys on Mars as their adventures are just about to start. Go Perseverance and go Ingenuity. Back to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Landing on Mars is never easy, but this team has persevered, and NASA's 5th rover is on the red planet. You can still hear them buzzing in the back right now. And to get the latest updates on Perseverance as it explores Mars, follow at NASA Persevere on Facebook and Twitter. I'd like to thank everyone watching for joining us today. And to the students and teachers tuning in, we hope you learned a lot from today's landing, and thank you for all your questions. We have a news briefing coming up at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. That briefing will wrap up the day and include reactions from Perseverance team members. We'll leave you now with some of the landing celebration photos you've shared with us, set to Youngblood's cover of David Bowie's Life on Mars. I'm Raquel Villanueva. Thanks for watching.
It's the god of a small affair. See the girl with the mousy hair, but her mommy is yelling no, and her daddy is told her to go, but her friend is nowhere to be seen. Now she walks through a sunken dream to the seat with the clearest view, and she's hooked on the silver screen. But the film is a saddened boy, for she lived it 10 times or more. She could spit in the eyes of fools as they ask her to focus on sadness, fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those cavemen go. It's in the best of the show. It's the life on now the work is just for fame. 'Cause Lennon's on sale again for the mics and the million horns. From Ibiza to the Norfolk ports, Rule Britannia is out of bounds. to my mother, my dog, and clowns. But the film is a sad and bore, 'cause I wrote it 10 times or more. It's about to be written again. All I ask you to focus on sailors fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those cavemen go. It's the freakiest show. Oh man, I wonder if they're loving love. Kissing the best on the show. Is the life on Mars?
We are live. We can see the first images live from Mars on just next to us. And what exciting day to share something with you. I don't know if you remember, but about 2 years ago, NASA sent this message about sending your name on Mars. So we decided to come and share with you. Some members of our team, including myself, sent our tickets on Mars. They are actually landing on Mars right now, and we wanted to share with you how do they look. Here it is. So I'm curious to know, let us know in your comments if you also sent your name on Mars. So here it is. We have Basil Moore ticket that is on the Rover and right now is on Mars. And I'm very excited to share also mine. This is my ticket with my name that just landed on Mars, as we've been waiting for 2 years, since 2019, for this moment, and it finally happened. Let's now connect again on Mars, but first of all, I want to thank you everyone that's been joining us today. We're going to have more guests joining us, talking about this exciting day. We are going to have students, astrophysicists, and we want to hear your comments. So I invite all of you to follow us on Instagram, Planet Please Official, and on Facebook, Planet Please Official, and just connect with us. Comment. What are you doing today? From where are you watching the Mars landing? This is the first rover that lands on Mars, but this is also the first one that will explore and look for life. And this is just the beginning of space exploration. And NASA were saying that after Mars, we'll probably send a rover on one of Saturn's moon, Titan. And who knows, from there, this is just the beginning. We really hope one day that also we could send probes and rovers on planet Gliese and have images live from there. But this is just the beginning of an exciting day. So let's connect again with NASA.
107 minutes. We wanted to be there safely.
My name is Heather Bottom, and I'm helping prepare the spacecraft that will fly our next Mars rover to the Martian surface.
My name is Diana Trujillo, and I work with robotic arms to collect samples on Mars.
I'm Al Chen, and I lead the landing team for Mars 2020.
My name is Michelle Tommy-Polizzi.
My name is Mutige Stricker.
My name is Eric Agudon.
My name is Katie Stack-Morgan, and I'm helping to protect the next Mars rover. Mars 2020 will be seeking signs of ancient life in the rock record of Mars.
What we're trying to do is to rove around the surface of this unknown planet,
collect samples,
process the tubes as they come back,
to look for things that we call biosignatures,
so that eventually we can bring those samples back to Earth and determine for the very first time, did life exist on Mars?
but also where could it be preserved for 4 more billion years for us to find it.
Before the rover actually flies, you have to make sure that everything works properly with the flight software and the hardware.
We hit the atmosphere going, 12, 13,000 miles per hour.
After the journey through space, through the vacuum.
We try to test all of our hardware to the environments that we would see.
So that's where a lot of the testing happens behind me.
We spend lots and lots of hours here testing everything.
It gets put in an oven, it gets put in various chambers and clean rooms.
So what we can see over here is the stacked spacecraft.
The robotic arm is actually right behind me.
This is the place where the magic happens.
This is the Mars Yard, and this is where our rovers practice driving over rocky terrain.
There are hundreds of people that have to come together and build a spacecraft.
You kind of have to put those different pieces together and make sure that those pieces all are going to work.
And I feel like such a lucky person to be working on this.
Everything that you're touching, all this hard work that you're putting in the long hours.
20 years, the children will be reading this in their science book.
It feels great.
I used to clean houses, and today I'm trying to find out if there's life in another planet. My name is Diana Trujillo, and I work with robotic arms to collect samples on Mars. What we're trying to do is to rove around the surface of this unknown planet to try to find out if at some point there was life on the surface of Mars. On the robotic arm, we have two very interesting instruments. The robotic arm is actually right behind me. We will use the arm to place those instruments or the drill that will collect the sample, which are the ones that will be analyzing the terrain and helping us understand what is it composed of and understanding if there was some traceability of life. And I feel like such a lucky person to be working on this. We're standing on the Mars Yard. The intent here is to demonstrate that we have enough grip to continue to move the rover up and down in any hill on the surface of Mars. I was born and raised in Colombia. There was a lot of violence going on in my country. So for me, looking up at the sky and looking at the stars was my safe place. I came to the US when I was 17. I learned English, paid myself through college, and eventually applied to be working here. We spend lots and lots of hours here testing everything from how it should be moved, from how we're going to configure it. This is us trying to understand how we will use the hardware and the software to get it to do what we want to do on the surface of Mars. It is more about what your enthusiasm, your passion, and if you're determined to do what you want to do in your life, you will find a way.
One way or another, you're going to be on the ground in 7 minutes. We want it to be there safely. I'm Al Chen, and I lead the landing team for Mars 2020. Entry, descent, landing is all about getting the vehicle from the top of the atmosphere down to the bottom safely. And we hit the atmosphere going, 12, 13,000 miles per hour. We have to deploy a supersonic parachute. And that's all before we get down into powered flight. So we have a new system that'll take over at this point. It'll start taking images of the ground. That'll let us figure out where we are in latitude and longitude. Jezero Crater, the site we're going to with Mars 2020, was actually rejected for curiosity because the site was considered too unsafe. And really, the terrain was way too rough. But now we have the ability to land at these places that we never really could go to before. The Jezero Crater site, if you look at it from space, is pretty obviously a delta. We think that Mars was habitable about 4 billion years ago. So the question is not just where was that life, but also where could it be preserved for 4 more billion years for us to find it later. I worked on Curiosity for 10 years, so this is a very familiar feeling. I think I was too young the first time to really realize what was at stake. Hitting G's on the order of 11, 12 13. We are in powered flight. I've been on the other side of this too. My wife was front and center on Insight. This is actually the same seat that my wife was sitting in for the Insight landing. The same seat that I was in actually back in 2012 for the Curiosity landing as well. Coming up on entry. A lot of history for us in this room. A shot confirmed. Proceed. We might be uniquely positioned as two folks who are married to each other to know what it's like to land things on Mars.
When you go to another planet, there's just so much potential for making brand new discoveries. My name is Katie Stack Morgan, and I study rocks on other planets. So Mars 2020 will be seeking signs of ancient life in the rock record of Mars. The instruments are really well suited to look for things that we call biosignatures, which are signs that ancient life might have been there in the past. To really confirm that life had a hand in creating those signatures or textures, we really do need to bring those samples back. We have capabilities in laboratories here on Earth that we can't fit in a compact instrument on a rover. This is the Mars Yard, and this is where our rovers practice driving over rocky terrain. We work together with the engineers to understand what type of terrain the rover can handle so we can get to the most exciting places, which are often the most challenging. So our landing site for Mars 2020 is Jezero Crater. What's really exciting about Jezero is that it has a beautifully preserved delta. They tend to be a really good place to preserve evidence of past life. And we look for things like organic matter that get concentrated in the rocks of a delta. So this rock is a sandstone, not unlike a rock that we might actually find in Jezero Crater. We would be interested in sampling a rock like this to understand what each individual sand grain has to tell us about Mars and its evolution. Growing up as a kid, we used to go on lots of hikes and would visit national parks for summer vacations. So when I found out that I had the opportunity to combine geology and love of the outdoors with exploring rocks on another planet, I thought, this is really the perfect type of thing for me to do. Not only could I work on an interesting science project, but I could do it with a big team of people all working together with a focused goal. And I thought that's what I want to do.
It's really important that we send a rover that's clean and we make sure that it doesn't contaminate Mars. My name is Mujige Stricker and I protect Mars from Earth bacteria. The next Mars rover is slated to go to Mars, collect samples so that eventually we can bring those samples back to Earth and determine for the very first time, did life exist on Mars? There's nothing that we can build that's sterile. So we take swabs and wipes of the spacecraft as it's being built. It gets put in an oven, it gets put in various chambers and clean rooms so that we can maintain that level of cleanliness. If we do find something on Mars, we have to make sure it's something that actually came from Mars and not something that hitched a ride. This is the place where the magic happens. Oh, it's definitely fun. In this lab, we look specifically at spores. So spores are those hardy microorganisms that can actually survive if it made it on the spacecraft in the journey through space, through the vacuum. It's very humbling to be a part of this big project because there are hundreds of people that have to come together and build a spacecraft. There's no one person that can say, I did this, I made this happen. It's always a we. I owe it all to Carl Sagan and watching the cosmos. I remember being a little kid, going to the public library and renting that VHS. And from that moment, the light bulb turned on. It actually was the start of my passion of science communication. We are citizens of our universe. We have to be good ambassadors when we are exploring other planets, other moons. So it's the right thing to do.
How does it feel? It feels great. Hi, my name is Heather Bottom, and I'm helping prepare the spacecraft that will fly our next Mars rover to the Martian surface. So here we have the rover test facility for the Mars 2020 project. So the goal of Mars 2020 is to collect samples of the surface of Mars and perform lots of other exciting experiments. There's 7 different instruments on the rover. Some of the work that's being done here right now is integrating the arm and the mast. My role is mostly on the systems engineering of the launch and cruise phases of the mission, is essentially getting it to Mars. As a systems engineer, you kind of have to put those different pieces together and make sure that those pieces all are going to work. You get to kind of see the bigger picture. Before the rover actually flies, you have to make sure that everything works properly with the flight software and the hardware. So I have a really unique story. I actually ended up becoming a professional dancer in New York, and I really lived that out to its fullest and wear all the makeup and rhinestones and things. But for some reason, I always knew I was going to come back to this kind of curiosity that I've always had with space. There's some of that creativity here too. Sometimes I feel like we're kind of like the stagehands in this big production for the rover. It's bringing together a bunch of people, it's making sure that the hardware works, and it's kind of similar to a performance where on launch day, it'll be the opening night, which is what we're all here for.
How often do you get to say you work next to a robotic system that's going to Mars, right? There's not many places in the world that you can do this. My name is Eric Aguilar, and I'm working on a robotic system that will be collecting Martian rock samples so they can be studied on Earth. This is our hexapod test bed. It's basically a rover body that allows us to attach, the robotic arm, the adaptive caching assembly, the drill. So that's where a lot of the testing happens behind me. The sample caching system will use a robotic arm and drill to actually take samples out of the ground. And we're looking for evidence of life that may have existed on Mars. The smaller arm that lives inside the belly of the rover and is used to actually process the tubes as they come back with a sample inside. We'll measure it, take some pictures of it, and get it sealed and stored for a future mission to pick them up. You see the robotic arm stretched out, and we have a bunch of engineers and technicians working on installing a model of our drill. Working in aerospace, that was always a passion of mine. What really draws me towards it is the engineering of it. Always working on something new and something that's never been done before. Finding those problems, getting them fixed is really something that I enjoy. In 20 years, the children will be reading this in their science book and kind of cherish that.
I'm actually putting something together that's flying to Mars. My name is Michelle Tommy Colizzi, and I'm helping to protect the next Mars rover. The main objective of this rover is to cache samples. They're drilling core samples, and then they will drop them in specific locations on the surface of Mars in preparation for a sample return mission. So what we can see over here is the stacked spacecraft. My role on Mars 2020 is Assembly, Test, and Launch Operations, which is ATLO, where all of the delivered components of hardware come together and make the spacecraft. In the southwest corner over here, we have our Flight Mars 2020 rover, and we have the entire mobility team installing the rocker bogie mobility system. We try to test all of our hardware to the environments that we would see for launch of the vehicle, for cruise, the journey from Earth to Mars, for the entry into the Mars atmosphere, for landing, as well as the surface of Mars. Every once in a while we come up and take a quick look. With all the craziness, you kind of lose sight of it a little bit. Over the years, it becomes like your non-living child. So you really want to see it do well and perform the best that it can. It reminds you that, hey, everything that you're touching, all this hard work that you're putting in the long hours, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. We're sending hardware that we built on Earth to another planet to go and do science.
The Cold Atom Laboratory is in many ways the coolest thing and the coldest thing we've ever done on the International Space Station. It is allowing us to investigate cold quantum gases and make breakthroughs in areas of physics that up until now have been unavailable to us.
NASA built the International Space Station to do the kind of research that we're doing in the Cold Atom Lab. This is the first time we're able to study this fifth state of matter in space.
Bose-Einstein condensation is an amazing feat of engineering in itself, but this type of physics is difficult to do in ground-based experiments. And so doing this in microgravity is going to allow us to really see what's going on. So you have something cool, how do you make it cooler? You put it in space.
Our ability to study cold atoms is really going to advance our knowledge in areas that will help us in quantum computing, quantum communications, and learn even more about gravity and how it interacts in our universe.
I'm Dr. Ellen Stofan, also known as Dr. E.
And I'm Dr. Thomas Serbuck, and also known as Dr. Z. I am so excited that we're ready to launch the next Mars mission. But before we talk about this, tell us, where are we here?
We're at the Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center, which is one of our two...
Now with our guests, I'm happy to introduce astrophysicist Domenico Memeo and Anna from Tiger Domenico.
Hi, hello.
Thank you so much for being live with us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
And magical day. Tell us a bit more about your experience today.
So I was really excited because I followed the mission here from Italy all along from the launch in July of last year. And I followed through the newscast that was broadcast from NAS. And so it was really exciting and wonderful to see the conclusion of the first stage of the mission get into high gears. And so tonight I watched the live the transmission from the headquarters of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and I I celebrated with the guys here in Italy with my colleagues. We did a live broadcast to listen what they were saying and to follow the descent of the Perseverance rover. So it was really exciting, and everything went swimmingly, and everything is fine. Perseverance is on the ground, is on Mars. We got the first pictures, something that was unthinkable with the previous missions, and so we have visual confirmation that everything went well. So it's really nice.
Why do you think this is important for the future of space exploration?
Well, there are a few advancements in Perseverance rover in comparison with Curiosity that landed on Mars 8 years ago in 2012. The mechanical part of the rover is very similar. The dimensions are similar, and it has 6 wheels, and it moves around about in the same way, but the software is very different, because it has inside it a system of artificial intelligence. So not every single step of its programming is done with input from Earth. Curiosity was almost driven with a joystick. So we wanted to go forward, we have to move forward, we look around with the camera, and we have to see if the ground was too steep or it was rising. So we move around very slowly, because we have to be extremely careful and decide everything in advance. With the artificial intelligence system that is embedded on the software of Perseverance, the Earth crew can decide, we want to go in that direction for 500 meters, and then let it go on its own, because it will choose the best path on the available information. So it's really a step forward.
Domenico, fantastic. Stay live with us. We will be back with you in the next few minutes. We have another guest just live from New York that wants to join us and say hi. Hi, Anna.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
welcome to Planet Please. We are connected with Italy as well. This is astrophysicist here, Domenico Memeo, and we are so excited to have you live with us. Anna, introduce yourself, tell us a bit more about you, and then how you lived this experience. How do you feel that we landed on Mars?
Well, I'm excited. I can't wait this to finally happen, because it's been my dream to be able to explore another world. I believe that it's more than just the Earth, and it's just we want to be able to check it out.
Tell us a bit more about yourself. Where are you, and how have you been watching the live?
I am from Bulgaria, and I came here to pursue my modeling and acting career, and it's been my dream to live in New York and Los Angeles. I'm bi-coastal, and I uh, I love traveling. I like to take a risk in life, and this is part of my personality.
Thank you so much, Anna, for being live with us. We will be back with you. And it's so exciting to share this special day with you and everybody from around the world that is connected with us. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. We will see you
It's a new
later.
experience, and I like to will be able to be part of it.
Thank you.
I'm happy to be part of the team.
And now we connect again with astrophysicist Pier Domenico. He's live from Italy, and we are gonna talk a bit more about the characteristic of the rover that just landed on Mars today. Pier Domenico, thank you
Hi.
so much. I had a question about the little helicopter that they have on the
Yeah.
rover. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, Ingenuity. Ingenuity is going to be the first aerial instrument in the history of mankind on another planet. So we landed static research station. We had orbital probes. We had rovers with wheels moving around on other planets, in particular on Mars. But this is the first time that we had an aerial vessel that will lift off from the ground of another planet. So it's something really, really exciting. It's the first time, and the technological challenges are huge, but we have great confidence that it will work very, very well. The concept of an extraterrestrial helicopter started about 30 years ago. So it is something long due, and on the last 10 years on NASA, they had the test bed for the technological advances, because making something fly on Mars is so much harder than do it on planet Earth, because to get liftoff, to get the force to get the instrument off the ground, here we have a much denser atmosphere. The atmosphere on Mars is 1/100th, so it's really, really thin. Here we have the rotor that can move around and generate the lift. For it to get the same lift on Mars, it had to move with a speed that is more than 2 times the speed than the rotor of an helicopter on Earth. If you ever seen an helicopter, you know that the rotor spins around at an incredible velocity. We cannot see the blades spinning. The blades on Ingenuity are going to spin more than twice as fast as we have the helicopters here on Earth. And it is gonna spend a lot of energy because of the speed of the spinning blades. So the technological challenges are really, really huge. On the last 5 years, they had the tests on similar instruments on sealed chambers where they took out most of the air to simulate the same atmosphere on Mars. It went mostly well. Not everything worked every time. That is research for you. You learn even when your experiment doesn't work very well. And so we learned a lot. And now Ingenuity is ready for its first flight, probably in a few months. We don't want to rush things too much. So in a few months, they will deploy Ingenuity, and from the chassis of Perseverance. Perseverance will take a few steps back and let Ingenuity fly away. It will not perform difficult maneuvers because it's the first time, so they only have an altimeter, so they will measure the altitude that they will reach, and they have on board a camera that is focused on the ground. So it will take pictures and measure the altitude. For the first time, it will be more than enough.
Pier Domenico, how did you feel when you saw the first images received from Mars here live on Earth?
Well, it was exhilarating. We let go a collective sigh of relief, and at the same time, we cheered a lot because we know of much effort and study and work and emotions are carried on these instruments. So we are happy for the science that we are going to get, but we are also very happy for the colleagues that maybe have worked on this instrument for 5 or 10 years. It's a lifetime. And so we are very, very happy for them and very, very happy for us for all the fantastic science that we will get from this new rover.
Pier Domenico, the Planet Gliese team in 2019 actually went to JPL, and we saw the rover while it was built. They were building it, and we're going to share some picture later on of our experience there. And it's amazing that 2 years already passed by, and now we finally see that the same rover that I saw that there on at the JPL Center is now on Mars. It's such an incredible feeling.
Yes.
Also, did you write your name and send it to the rover?
Actually, I didn't, because I'm terrible at remembering things. So I postponed it a few times. Yes, I will do it. I will do it. And the deadline was over. I didn't. So I'm terrible. I'm awful at this.
I want to
But
share with you. This is the ticket that we had. And then my name now is on Mars. This is very, very exciting. And before I let you go, can you tell us very quickly the story, the history of this mission? Why and the difference? Because this is the fifth rover landing on Mars, and you said that this
yes, the fifth.
Focus on the research of possible life on Mars.
Yeah.
And this is all connected with our mission, Planet Gliese, that we want to explore and find life on other planets. So this is just the beginning. We can imagine that one day we will send a rover on Planet Gliese, and we will receive live images from Planet Gliese, and maybe look for life. Not only, Mars is the first step towards sending probes and rovers on other planets in our solar system and outside our solar system. So this is the success of this mission is such a positive thing.
Yes, it's
the history behind this mission.
Yes, it's really one of the many steps that humankind will get on the fantastic adventure of space exploration. We started just 70 years ago. It is something that sometimes really makes you think that we got the first satellite just 70 years ago. The first satellite, Sputnik, the USSR, the Russians got the first satellite 70 years ago, and now we have rovers that go around in another planet. It's something that is really fast if you think about it. And Perseverance is the fifth rover. The first was Sojourner, and it was really small. It was something that was like a shoebox. It was 50 centimeters by 40 centimeters. So it was really small, really simple, but it worked really well and got the first testimony that we can get a moving rover on another planet. Then we had Spirit and Opportunity, that they were bigger. They were more or less 1 meter across, so maybe like a big coffee table. Yeah, that could be more or less the dimension of spirit and opportunity. And they were huge success because we thought that the mission was going to had a duration of 90 days, so 3 months was the presumed or the shortest possible mission, but at least they had a lifetime of many, many years. And so they exceeded expectation by many order of magnitude. So spirit and opportunity really were incredible successes. And then in 2012, we had the curiosity, which is huge. Curiosity is is long as a big car. So we started with a showbox, and now we have two rovers that are as big as large cars on Mars. One is Curiosity, and the other is Perseverance. So Perseverance took the same chassis of Curiosity and took it to the next step. The wheels are larger and more robust. The drive, the engine is stronger, and it has a new source of energy. Both Curiosity and Perseverance as a radioisotopes engine, so you get the energy for the decay of radioactive nuclei, which is something that is actually very, very safe because everything is safely stored on a ceramic inlay. So it's something that is really, really strong and robust and really safe. But it gets you to have a lot of energy to use on Mars for a very long time, which is crucial for the exploration of the planet. And also Perseverance has a robotic arm that can dig into the soil, into the rocks of Mars surface and extract sampling of rocks and store them away to be collected at a future time. So this is a really interesting experiment because we are doing sampling, and maybe another mission in the future will collect the sample and take it back to Earth. So we will have a Martian sample on Earth to study, which is incredible.
Thank you, Per Domenico. And tell us also your hope for the future in what you're expecting from this mission on Mars.
Well, Perseverance is the first mission that is actually focused on astrobiology, which means the search or the study for life on planets different from Earth. Of course, we are not going to find little green men on Mars, but the point is to study the past of the planet, where when liquid water was abundant on the Mars surface, and maybe finally get the results of fossil evidences of life on Mars in the distant past. It is something that we don't have today. We don't know if there was life on Mars in the past, but the focus of the mission is to study and eventually, hopefully, find it. It will be the revelation of the millennium.
Thank you. That's such an amazing feeling to be able to achieve things above us, bigger than us, when we get together and we put our differences aside and we really achieved something that is greater than humanity. Today is such a historical and special day. And before I let you go and we connect again with NASA, I just want to, because I have the opportunity to have you here, I want to share with you some of the pictures that when in August 2019, we went to visit the JPL. So this is me, and behind is the rover while it was tested at JPL. And this is the mission control, where they send everything, and it's of course my excitement next to Monitor Rover. So I knew back then that today would arrive, and it finally arrived, and we're here together to celebrate humanity's achievements in space exploration. And thank you so much, Pier Domenico, for being live with us. It's always a pleasure to have you part of our team.
The pleasure is all mine. So thank you very much for having me. It's the beauty of having an international team, just like for space exploration, also for communications and to share our passion and knowledge about space with all the people who are interested, and all with the young people with the future of space exploration. So thank you very much for your work and for having me.
Thank you so much, Pier Domenico, and we connect again back with NASA. Bye.
Got a few questions from our audience. So here's one of them. I feel the helicopter is such a cool part of this rover I hear so little about. Can we hear some about what it will be doing and how long is it expected to operate?
The Ingenuity helicopter, as it's called, a high school student in Alabama came up with that name, and I'm really grateful for her input. Ingenuity will be the first controlled flight in another world. So what it's really designed to do is it gets dropped off the surface, it sets itself up, and then it flies a few takeoffs. First, it's just up and down. Just, if you have a remote control thing somebody gives you, same thing. Just go up a foot or two and then down just to make sure you know how to take off and land, and then starts flying. And then we're going to learn on the surface how we're utilizing it for future use. One of the reasons we actually want to put the helicopter there is because we're thinking if we were there with humans, we'd really like to have scouts that really can go ahead and look at how we can get to a crater, for example, of important science, how we can get down there without having to get stuck on the way, right? Kind of to do the inch by inch thing. And we think that scouts like that with data from space can really be an important part, just like we use it on the ground for many applications today.
I'm really excited about it. I'm going to push you on something. Someday there will be humans going to Mars. And I would really appreciate it if they would pick up that helicopter and bring it back here to the National Air and Space Museum, because that helicopter covers everything that we talk about here. So someday.
I think that's exactly the right thing. Here's the next question. How could Perseverance help us potentially for the future human exploration of the red planet?
In a number of ways, from the science it's gathering to an actual experiment on board. First of all, we have an instrument on board called MOXIE that's actually pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and splitting out oxygen. Oxygen is important because obviously it's something we need as humans to breathe, but it's actually also a component in rocket fuel. And if we're going to have any kind of sustained human presence on Mars, we're going to have to learn to live off the land.
Yeah, there's some things that, just really see the ingenuity of the scientists and the engineers. The calibration target for Sherlock, one of the instruments, actually has specific materials that are of huge importance to human explorations. There's 3 samples of astronaut suit materials there. We learn how these materials interact in the Martian atmosphere. So how cool is that?
That's really cool, because here with our spacesuit collection that we have here at the Air and Space Museum, you can really tell the Apollo astronauts that walked around on the moon, because their suits are covered with a very fine, glassy lunar soil.
Thanks so much for this discussion. What an amazing story we're in the making here. And also for doing this in this environment, full of stories, full of secrets in a place I've never been before. And I can't wait to come back for another episode of
Easy Science.
After a 300 million mile journey through space, the Mars Perseverance rover is ready to begin the most challenging part of the trip, landing on the red planet. If successful, it will embark on the most advanced mission ever sent here to discover if life ever existed on Mars. The Rocket Ranch welcomes Dr. Mujige Cooper, NASA JPL's Planetary Protection Lead for Mars Perseverance. She'll tell us how she and her team are actually protecting Mars, and she'll describe the incredibly complex maneuvers needed to land on the red planet. Plus, she'll tell us about the most exciting parts of its astrobiology mission.
I'm Gerald Nail, and this is the Rocket Ranch.
CGS Program Chief Engineer, verifying no constraints to launch.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
Welcome to space.
It is an exciting time. We are not too far away from the landing of the Perseverance rover on the surface of Mars. This was a project you were involved in pretty closely.
Definitely, yeah.
You know every part of that rover.
Every square centimeter.
And why is that?
So every single part, almost every single part of the rover that's landing right now, and the whole system that's landing it, has been sampled by myself or my team.
To make sure that it had no
Excessive
life
amount
on
of
it.
microbes, exactly. So we had to make sure that it was clean enough so it doesn't contaminate the surface of Mars, where we're trying to explore for possible ancient life.
So this is a high-tech robotic geologist, right?
Yeah.
Going to the surface and doing the work of a geologist remotely.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to go there and do so many exciting things, both for future human missions, creating oxygen for fuel or for breathing air, looking at the weather system so that we can make sure we prepare accordingly, bring the right sunscreen, right?
Yes.
All kinds of things. Great tech demos. It's really exciting.
So before we get to the surface, there's this exciting part where the Perseverance rover has to land.
Yes.
And it's a big deal.
It is.
So much so they call it the 7 minutes of terror. Now, why is that?
Yeah, because it's a terrifying 7-minute process where many things have to go right. You have a parachute that has to be deployed at the right time. You have to have a separation of the back shell and the heat shield in a way so that the heat shield doesn't slam back into the launch vehicle or into the descent stage. You have to make sure all those components are gone. The descent stage needs to fire at just the right time so that the whole system doesn't slam onto the surface of Mars. It has to descend on an umbilical. Those umbilicals need to be cut at the right time. It needs to fly away so that it doesn't drag the rover. I mean, all of these things have to happen right.
It's such a fascinating engineering feat that you guys are pulling off there. It's just amazing, even in watching the animations. It's just like, wow.
Yeah, it's amazing. The EDL team, Entry, Descent, and Landing team, has done such a phenomenal job in planning and preparing for this. It's really exciting. Should be 7 minutes of excitement.
That's what you would rename it.
That's for everybody else except for the EDL team.
Great point. And speaking of excitement, most people are familiar, if you follow the exploration programs out at JPL, with that shot of the control room, the mission control room, where everybody is there. Now, this is a podcast, so we kind of paint word pictures, but you've got everybody there. They're sitting behind their monitors and their workstations, and there is that moment where they confirm that it's gone through the atmosphere, it's done everything that you just described, and landed softly and gently on the surface of Mars, and now it can do its work. Why is there this? Why do you see people jumping for joy and hugging each other and crying?
Yeah, I mean, with all of those things that have to be right, that means there's so many things that could go wrong, right? And with that successful signal acquisition that, yes, we indeed landed, I mean, that just sparks such a sense of joy, because now you can move on to the next phase to start surface operations. So you'll get the Adam Stelzner jumping for joy in the room, which will be Al Chen this time around. He's going to be jumping for joy in his whatever color shirt they print out for this crew and the whole team. So yeah, it's just exciting because now you have cemented that that phase into stone, right? Then now you can move on to the next big
now
thing.
the science begins. Yes. The scary part of getting off the Earth, traveling 300 million miles and landing on the surface is over. Now the science can begin. One of the things I think of when they do the EDL, when it lands, is that I think I don't know if it was during Curiosity or one of the recent missions where I believe there was a choreographed dance move.
Oh, that was for Insight. Yeah.
The Insight lander, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any knowledge of any plans for any celebratory dances?
I don't know of any plans, but I know the person that would do something. I'm going to ask this person.
Yeah, you're going to out that person?
I won't out this person, but I might ask him to do something or give me a little bit of knowledge. I'll sneak you in a word later.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you have to watch, basically, right? Watch the landing show. That'll be an exciting one to watch. What will you be doing for the landing of the rover?
Yeah, I will be, at the minimum, watching online from the comfort of my home. I hope to find some sort of party, of course, a COVID-safe party, but I will find some party to watch, hopefully with colleagues at a socially distant distance.
Right. Because I mean, that's part of it, right? It is celebrating with those that you have, put so much blood, sweat, and tears with when a project comes to fruition like that. Once it's landed on Mars, we're talking about the science beginning. This rover is going to be doing some incredible work that's different than any of the rovers we've landed before. That's right. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so even down to the drill, if you look at prior rovers, like the Curiosity rover, it has a drill that's meant to grind the soil and the dirt and the rocks into a fine powder. If you look at the drill for the Curiosity or for Perseverance, it's actually a coring drill. So it's meant to take more of an intact sample, about the size of a piece of chalk, for those of you old enough to know chalkboards. Right? So even down to the drill, it's completely different. We'll understand stratigraphy. So if you imagine like lines on the side of a rock, those lines tell you different information, and having those lines preserved gives you orders of more magnitude of more information about that geology than if you ground it all up and mix it together.
So having it as a core, a solid core. How long is that?
It's about 10 centimeters long.
10 centimeters, okay. And so what are the chances? We know that this has been called an astrobiology mission. We're going to be looking for signs of life in these cores?
Yeah, signs of ancient life.
Ancient life.
Yeah.
Dinosaur bones.
Not dinosaur bones.
I remember that line from our launch coverage, of which you were a co-host. You said, "No, we're not going to be finding dinosaur bones."
Trying to make it a thing, though.
No. Yeah, it's a thing with me, at least. Yeah. Well, what do you think? I mean, what would be a sign of ancient life?
Yeah, so they're looking for what we call biosignatures. There are carbon structures. There are things that if you see this signature, you know that it came from, or it's very, that chances are high that it came from a biological source. With the Allen Hill meteorite, right, there were signatures there that people would argue back and forth whether or not it came from a biological source or naturally occurring, just regular process, geology-induced processes. So there are these biosignatures that really hint more strongly at the fact that it comes from something that was living.
Now, the Allen Hill meteorite, this was something that struck Mars, right? And pieces of Mars hit Earth.
That's right.
And we know that we have parts of Mars on Earth, but it traveled through our atmosphere and was exposed to the environment of Earth.
Yeah.
But that's interesting that there was such incredible debate.
Yeah, there was. Yeah. And I think it was Lori Glaze during our interview, during the launch commentary, that someone said that it was all kind of inadvertent, random sample return. I think it was Jennifer Trosper. Sample return kind of at random. Something hit Mars millions of years ago, maybe billions of years ago, and it launched out and it fell onto Earth. But now we can use instruments to selectively choose where we want our samples to be. And it's really incredible that we have the choice based on these in situ instruments to pick the right place.
And let's talk a little bit about that. The place you picked was Jezero Crater. And a lot has been made about this. It looks like it was a river delta that flowed into a lake.
Yeah, so there's a lake and it has these river deltas, basically evidence that water was flowing in and flowing out of this lake area. So those deltas are really great at preserving those sediments, those biosignatures, whatever might be there, possible biosignatures, into a nice surface that we can core and interrogate.
What do you think? Do you think there might be ancient life on Mars?
I mean, with the numbers out there, I mean, there are a lot of could life exist somewhere else? Possibly. And the nice thing about being a scientist at heart, right, and a scientist by training, is that I don't have to. It doesn't matter what I think. Let's see what the data says, right? Well, we of course have an informed opinion, right? We have an informed location that we're going to that will set us up for success. That if life does, or ancient life does exist anywhere on Mars, that's a really great place to find it.
And we're going to fly those samples back to Earth. First time anything like this has ever been done.
That's right. Yeah. There's been no sample return from Mars ever.
And any planet.
Any planet. That's right. Yeah. Well, and there's the moon, of course, Apollo, right? They brought samples back. Other than that,
that's it.
Yeah.
There's also a really neat tech demonstration with the Mars helicopter. Yes. And that's getting a lot of buzz because people are like, how do you fly on Mars in such a super thin atmosphere? We know that here on Earth, you need an atmosphere, you need something for which to drive and propel you up, right? But that barely exists on Mars.
It does. And that's why it was such a huge challenge. And I give so much kudos to the team that actually made this happen. You don't have very much atmosphere. It's 1% of that of Earth. So you don't have a lot to give you lift. And so they had to make the propellers extremely light. There's a lot of foam in there. If you were to cut away the carbon fiber wrapping on the outside, it's mostly air in there. But yet it's still structurally sound. It has to work. It has to spin without breaking apart into little pieces. They made light propellers. They made the body, the fuselage, very light. And then the propellers also spin at a very high rate.
When you were here, what was that experience like watching a launch?
Yeah, I've watched launches in the past, but I haven't seen the launch end to end of something that I've worked on. This was the first launch where I knew that I helped with that baby in there, in that payload fairing. I've contributed to that. And to see it launch, it just meant so much more to me. And I didn't think that a launch would mean any more than it usually does. It's already spectacular. But yeah, it was just very, very emotional.
You were part of the launch broadcast. So you describe what was going through your mind, what you were feeling as you were watching the rocket lift off?
Yeah, there was a lot of compartmentalization happening during the launch broadcast because you were there, you kind of had a job to do. And I wanted to stay focused on the cause, but also something exciting is happening that took 7 years to get to this point. So yeah, it was a mix between professionalism and excitement and just, okay, keep it together. A lot of internal monologues happening. But yeah, it was amazing.
Dr. Mujige Cooper, we appreciate you being here and visiting us here on the Rocket Ranch. And thanks for sharing your insight on the Mars 2020 project and the Perseverance rover.
Yeah, go Perseverance.
Good luck on the landing too.
Thank you. Yeah.
A special thanks to Dr. Mujige Cooper, NASA JPL's Planetary Protection Lead for Mars Perseverance. And to learn more about everything going on at the Kennedy Space Center, go to nasa.gov/Kennedy. And if you'd like to find out what's happening at our other NASA centers around the country, go to nasa.gov/podcast. A special shout out to our producer, John Sackman, and editor, Frankie Martin. And remember, on the Rocket Ranch, you gotta keep looking up.
"50 years ago, we went to the moon. We called it Apollo.
What many people don't know is that Apollo had a twin.
She was a woman named Artemis, goddess of the moon.
We are returning to the moon.
As a new generation of explorers.
This time to stay.
And to prepare to achieve humanity's next giant leap of sending the first human missions to Mars.
We believe our course will redefine what is possible.
That we would discover life-saving,
earth-changing science.
And that the challenges ahead will inspire generations.
This is our manifest.
For all who wondered if we could return.
For all who dreamed of pressing beyond.
This is your calling.
We go for all of America.
We go. We go as the Artemis generation.
We go.
Before we listen to the post-landing briefing, I'm going to be connecting now again with Aris. Hi, Aris.
Hello, Sarah.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
Did you enjoy the viewing, the landing?
Yeah, it's interesting. Absolutely, of course.
So what do you think this step forward in space exploration means for humanity, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, I'm an ambassador for Planet Gliese, and I'm also an emissary for FOLD, Federation of Light Beings, right? So we congratulate this step for humanity, and at the same time, it's worth understanding that all of these accomplishments are happening on a different level as well, because we are truly one human race that has brothers and sisters in other parts of this galaxy. So it's not only about finding life on Mars, it's understanding that there are so much life and living beings all around us, and this probably will help us understand this in a better way.
And Eris, you were talking about humanity and unity, and that we are all one. And how would it feel that we actually find traces of life that previously was on Mars? Like, what is your vision about life outside Earth?
Well, I mean, again, being where I come from, there are millions of galaxies and millions of universes. And this part of the galaxy has tremendous opportunity to show humanity and planet Earth that is thriving life all around us. And it's about opening up to this possibility. And at the same time, it's wonderful to see that people come together, Europe, United States, and many other nations come together and create this program in launching this rover to Mars, because it's about co-creation. It's about one heart and one mind. And when humanity comes together in that understanding, new horizons opens up with unlimited possibilities. So I see it as the launching of a new way of coming together as a human race and become part of a planetary and a galactic federation.
Eris, also, I was sharing with the astrophysicist Pier Domenico Memeo some of our pictures when 2 years ago, me and other members of the Planet Bliss team were in the JPL Center to watch actually the the Mars rover being built, and it actually took 2 years to be over there. What is your opinion? You know, like people are used now to get things straight away, but to have patience to achieve something that are bigger than us.
Well, anything in life takes patience, right? It takes discipline and it takes co-creation. And it's very important. I heard somebody said, I cannot take the honor for this. It's a combined effort, which is really the beautiful message to me of all of this, because for so long humanity has thought of themselves as separated, and when they come together and create something like this, it opens up the understanding that we are all one, we are all co-creating together, even if we are not aware of it all the time. And I think that's the next horizon for the human consciousness, to explore this understanding and discover, as I mentioned before, there are unlimited possibilities once our minds are freed from the superimposed limitations and really start showing us who we are and what we are capable of.
Eris, your words are so inspiring. Also, you were saying that we are all connected. We're all one here on Earth, but we're also all one and all connected with the universe. So, what is your vision with about our relationship with the universe?
Well, for me, for me, it's first that planet Earth and the human consciousness become part of the Galactic Federation of Planets again. And when that happens, there are certain new laws that has to be followed. And so those laws and those disciplines that exist in this Galactic Federation are vastly different from the ones we have on planet Earth currently. However, it will open up new dimensions that we cannot even imagine at this point. So this launching of the rover to Mars is kind of a test program for the human consciousness and the human mind to discover, to go to another planet. It takes tremendous discipline and understanding about different life forms, and start rethinking the way we think on planet Earth about so many, many things. This is the brand new adventure in that way.
And Eris, we also love that. How would you connect our experience here on Earth, that we are all one being, also I can see that you, through your art, through your words, you share this message with the world. And I'm curious to know what messages you usually share to the world from the galaxy, from the universe, because I know you are very high conscious being, and you're so connected with the universe. And this event today that is giving us access, just being able to view what's on Mars, is like it's all almost incredible. We have a direct view from a rover that we send on another planet, and we can see what's over there. So I want to know, like, your connection, what and the messages that you receive from the galaxy.
Well, so one example is that when the whales in Hawaii start singing, the whales in Baja California picks up on the same note. And so this is a little bit similar when you get pictures from from Mars to planet Earth, because in truth, there are no distances. I mean, even science today has discovered that every object is basically consciousness or awareness. And so when we really look at it from this point of view, then the Mars, Earth, the rover, and all of the people and everything is consciousness. And within consciousness, there is no time and space as we've been led to believe, because everything is like within a divine ocean, and you and I and everything is part of that divine ocean. So there is really no separation that we have been understood to think from. And I trust that when people explore more and more, this will be the real discovery they will come to see.
So you're saying we'll be remembering what we kind of forgot, that we are all part of this universe, not just on Earth, but like in the galaxies.
Absolutely. So when you look at Mars, you're looking at yourself. When you look at the moon, you're looking at yourself. And I think it's worthwhile to remembering this while humanity is exploring other ways of understanding life and microcosmos and all of these different scientific terminologies, to understand ultimately it's all happening within the same divine ocean of consciousness.
Whereas we also, one of our mission is to reach teenagers and then young generation, the next generation. They call themselves the Mars generation, the generation that will be able to walk on Mars. What message do you want to share? What would you like for the new generation to achieve, like in their consciousness?
Well, it's really, really important that science and spirituality dance together, because it will come one point where the scientific methods of today will not be enough. It takes a different method, a different way of approaching things in order to discover this next horizon. And when science and spirituality come together, that I trust the younger generation will start exploring and understanding. And then there are absolutely no limits anymore. And these younger generation will approach everything from a different level, and that's my wish for the younger generation to understand there is an inside dimension, and that has to dance with the outside one.
Your words are so beautiful, and I also want to talk about the connection about this step of humanity being able to land on Mars. It's just opening new doors on landing on other planets in our solar system, but also on other planets outside the solar system, exoplanets, like for example, planet Gliese. Tell us a bit your connection that you have with planet Gliese.
Yes, Planet Gliese. Being an ambassador for Planet Gliese, I'm very, very excited about that, because being that I am a dolphin ambassador, and if you look at the dolphin energy and the dolphin consciousness, it's very similar to what Planet Gliese represents, this unity consciousness, being kind, compassionate, and loving and co-creation. That's really what it takes if you're exploring Mars or you're exploring something on planet Earth. That's basically the ABC to start anything from a place of unconditional understanding about who we are. And the dolphins, of course, teach through so much joy, spontaneity, and just teasing us in many different ways. So, and being, in my humble estimation, the dolphins are originating from a different planetary system, from Sirius. And so they have taught me a lot about not just planet Earth, but other parts of this galaxy. And so I think Planet Lisa are on the right wavelength here to change many things for the human consciousness and for helping people understanding who they really, really are.
We hope that this event, this scientific event with NASA and through science and our engineers, we manage to arrive on another planet. But what do you suggest people? What can they do to raise their consciousness?
Well, it's first of all, again, in my humble opinion, this is not a written law. It's just the way I understand it, right? And if I'm exploring another planet and I want to understand it, it's wise to understand your own planet and your own people on the planet. Because in order to go outside of planet Earth into different planets and explore them, we need to change who we are on planet Earth and how we treat one another. Because we want to become one human family on this planet. And then when we explore other planets, we are more accessible and are more responsible and are more loving and compassionate to what we might find, and treat these new discoveries from the same place like we discovered on planet Earth, treating one another with love and compassion and respect.
Arison, do you believe that in the future, like, how do you imagine traveling to other? I mean, I want you to go like fast forward to the next 100 years or 200 years. How would it be for us to travel outside the Earth? And how would it be like? How do you imagine life on another planet?
Well, the way I imagine it, being an emissary for a full Federation of Light Beings, is that Earth will one day become part of the Galactic Federation of Nations. And when that happens, then the terminology we have on planet Earth currently, traveling somewhere, will vastly shift and change, because what is going to happen is that when people start living in these vibrations, the mind is going to show them abilities that is not presently available. So I think traveling can be done in many different ways. It can be done through ultralight starships. It can be done through understanding the higher mind, and it can be done in so many various ways that today seems like total science fiction. However, it still exists, and because it exists, one day the human race will have awakened and come to this understanding. So I celebrate with Planet Lisa what happened today, because it will open the portals for endless possibilities down the road, not just physically, but also spiritually and in consciousness.
And today's event inspired so many teenagers and people around the world. We haven't seen such an excitement since probably the landing on the moon in the 60s. Do you have any memories from from seeing the landing on the moon?
Yes, I remember it very, very well. And I've been following partly what's been happening with NASA and their space explorations, for many, many, many years. Not in details, but I'm pretty familiar what's been going on. And yes, this is it's like a baby starts crawling and then takes its first step. You know how excited people are when the baby takes its first step or says its first word, right? And this is the same way. It's a baby step. However, everything comes together one step at a time. It's these steps that human race are taking right now with the Explorer to Mars. It's a part of a giant leap, but you cannot take the leap without taking the steps. So I congratulate the human race, and everybody's been working on this project. It takes tremendous discipline, tremendous compassion for one another, and love and respect for one another to complete this. And to me, that's the great celebration
And we did
right
have
there.
a little bit of a shake
from orbiters, but there's nothing like actually seeing images on the ground to get kind of situational awareness. And for a geologist, that is very important. The first few minutes on the field site when you can look around is enormously enlightening. So we'll use that kind of information, the images we get, as well as a little bit of initial exploration, to decide what to do. And if I could have the next image, we are very likely to move towards one of several pathways that we have already identified from orbit, one of which you can see here, the green line snaking across the delta. This is a pathway that the science team has identified over the last few years that strings together
with NASA.
that we wish to investigate. These are places where rocks outcrop that we think will tell us the most about the geologic history of Jezero Crater. They are the places where we think there may be evidence for past life on Mars, where we might find biosignatures, and places where we are likely to collect samples. So getting onto that trajectory will be something that we do very early in the mission. So I can tell you that the science team is very excited for this transition. And I personally am extremely excited for those first images that are going to come back. They will be fabulous from a scientific point of view, and also as a huge milestone after so many years of effort in this mission. And now I will turn it back to Marina to handle questions.
Thank you so much, Ken. And thank you so much to all our panelist presenters. We are now ready to take media questions. Remember to press *1 to get put in the queue, and please direct your questions to one of the panelists. We're also taking questions through the Countdown to Mars hashtag. Our first question comes from Chelsea Goad from space.com. Good morning, Chelsea. Chelsea, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. My question is for Matt. You mentioned the similarities and also the differences between Curiosity and Perseverance. I'm curious, how similar or dissimilar is entry, descent, and landing from what we saw with Curiosity? And what is so different about Perseverance's entry, descent, and landing, and what we can expect tomorrow?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm actually going to go ahead and throw this over to Al Chen. He is our EDL phase lead, and he'll give you a rundown.
Yeah, from the outside, the entry, descent, and landing system looks pretty similar to Curiosity, but there's a lot of under-the-hood smarts, if you will. There are two pieces of new technology that are helping us land at this rugged site. The first is something we call range trigger. That's using the ability of the vehicle to know where it is to deploy the parachute. Previously on Curiosity, we deployed the supersonic parachute just based on hitting a particular velocity. But this time, we're actually asking the vehicle to figure out how far she's flown since entry and deploy the parachute based on that. That reduces the area that we're going to land in, that landing error uncertainty ellipse, quite a bit, almost a factor of 10 in area versus what we had promised for Curiosity. The second major piece of new technology that's helping us land is terrain relative navigation. So whereas on Curiosity, we took pictures after the heat shield came off, but didn't really do anything with them on the fly. They're kind of like tourist pictures in some sense. Perseverance will be taking those pictures and then matching them up with an onboard map based on images from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. It'll use that set of images it's taking and that map to figure out where she is. And based on that she can then fly to a nearby safe spot once she's done with the parachute and on engines. So that allows us to make sure that to allow a site like Jezero, where the whole landing air ellipse is not a giant flat parking lot. It's full of the stuff that the scientists want to see, but the stuff that I don't want to land on. So that allows us to find little kind of small parking lots amongst those. So those are really pretty key technologies to helping us land. There are also a couple of new systems on board as well to help us understand what it's like to land. The first is that Medley 2 system. That's an upgrade of the Medley system that was on Curiosity. And the second is an EDL camera system that will also have a microphone. So we'll have a lot of new imagery and high resolution imagery and high frame rate video of what it's like to actually land on Mars. So I'm really excited to hear and see what landing on Mars is really like.
Absolutely.
I'll just add two more comments, which is there's a couple pieces of hardware which we've improved since Curiosity, and I'll just make mention of them. One is the heat shield. And we found in our static testing of the heat shield that there were some strength vulnerabilities there. And so we improved not only the design, but the manufacturing techniques for that heat shield. The other significant one is the parachute, this big 70-foot supersonic parachute. On one of the technology programs in the Mars program area, we found a potential vulnerability with transient loading as that parachute is inflating and in different configurations. And that led us to conclude that we should strengthen the canopy of the parachute. That's something we did. And not only did we strengthen the canopy, but we took the parachute off and we did supersonic high altitude parachute testing using sounding rockets out of the Wallops facility. It was a major test campaign, something that really hasn't been done in more than 40 years. And the team pulled it off successfully. So a couple more differences there.
Thank you, Al and Matt, and thank you, Chelsea. Our next caller is Irene Klotz from Aviation Week. Good morning, Irene.
Hi there. Thanks so much. My question is for either Matt Wallace or Jennifer Trosper. I appreciate the downplaying expectations with the 50% of Mars missions failed, but NASA has successfully landed 8 of its 9 spacecraft on Mars, including the 4 previous rovers and landers dating back to Viking. So do you have what is the risk of the Perseverance landing overall, and what's the riskiest part of it?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's a valid observation. I guess I'll say a few things and see if any of the other panelists want to say a few words. We've never really come up with a good way of calculating the probability of success. These systems are so complex, and they're interacting with an undefined environment in many ways, that it's very, very hard to give you a number. I think that, but it's those two factors really that lead us to tell you that there's never any guarantees on this process. Mars still has things we don't understand about it. This is still exploration. We're going places that where we're trying to answer questions that we don't have the answers to yet. On Curiosity, and Al can say a word or two about it, we found that the local gravity field at Gale Crater, where we landed, affected our control system. That was a somewhat unexpected thing. It was within the capability of the system to handle it. But those are the types of uncertainties in the environment that we're dealing with. I think you just also have to factor in, again, the complexity of this system. We've got 2 million lines of software code running, hundreds of thousands of electronic parts, miles of copper conductors. We've got more than 70 pyrotechnic devices that all have to fire, closed loop guidance and navigation control systems that really have to operate with sub-second precision for all of this to work. There's no go backs, there's no retries. It's a difficult and dangerous part of the mission. And I think you have to always respect that as a development team, and I think our team has. So I don't have a specific answer for you on the probability of success. I think we've done everything we can to make it successful. and we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Did you want to add anything, Al? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd say that there's nothing like trying to do, at least use the same kind of landing system again to really find the warts in it. And as Matt mentioned, right, we were able to find a handful of things that didn't go quite the way we expected them to go on Curiosity. And that's humbling, right? I think as soon as if you don't stay humble in this business, and especially going to Mars, you're going to pay for it. So I think it's been key for us to learn from the things we didn't get quite right. But I think, as Matt said, we don't know that we have caught them all yet. We've just done our best to make sure that we've done everything we can think of to make sure that we have a good day tomorrow.
Thanks. Is there one part of the system in particular that gives you greater pause than something else?
Am I supposed to pick a favorite child now?
No, you're supposed to pick your least favorite child.
I think it's hard to point to. I mean, I think that part of it is just the overall complexity, right? Everything that has to happen. Obviously, there's a lot of concentrated risk in that supersonic parachute opening. That it's a very big parachute, right? That's the size of a little league infield in size, and it snaps open in about 0.6 seconds while going almost Mach 2. So there's a lot of risk concentrated there. But as Matt noted, something we haven't done for 4 decades plus, we actually did high altitude supersonic testing this time as part of this project. So we have perhaps a little bit more confidence that this is going to work.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Irene, and thank you to Matt and Al. Our third call is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press. Good morning, Marcia.
Yes, hello. This question is for Ken. I enjoyed seeing your roadmap with the squiggly line. Is that for all 2 years of operations? And I'm wondering, what's the total mileage you expect to put on the odometer over these 2 years for a nominal mission? And when do you expect to actually drill for the first time to collect a sample in the tubes? When might that be happening? Thank you.
Yeah, the traverse that I showed there is for an extended period of time. We expect that we might traverse up to about 10 miles in the prime mission, the 2 Earth years, 1 Mars year. And we expect that sometime in the summer, we'll be ready to take our first sample.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you to Marcia. Our fourth call comes from Amina Khan with the LA Times. Good morning, Amina.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I just had a few questions about firsts, 3. So I'm wondering if you can bear with me here. First one would be, is Perseverance the first machine, I guess, we've designed that could harvest an essential human resource, oxygen, on another world? Or has that been done before?
Do you want to take that, Lori?
That was a bit of a replay of what they were saying before the landing, but now they finally start the post-landing briefing. So let's connect with NASA right now and let's see what they're saying. If that's something that interests you. In the meantime, we're gonna have a small break.
And then coming from our surface operations area, we have Jennifer Trosper, Deputy Project Manager. And over here, we have a special group on our video conference. We have a group of the Perseverance team members. All right, so we are going to be taking questions during this briefing. So if you're a member of the media and you're on our phone lines, press *1 and you'll be put into the queue. And if you're on social media, use the hashtag #CountdownToMars. But before I turn over the podium, I just wanted to take 1 minute to recognize what a thrilling day today has been. We now have the most ambitious rover yet on the surface of Mars. Congratulations.
We're getting some echoes.
All right, I'm going to turn the podium over to Steve Jurasik.
Wow. I mean, just an amazing, incredible day. I could not be more proud of the team and what they've accomplished under challenging circumstances. I also have to tell you that about an hour after landing, I got a phone call from the President of the United States, and his first words were, "Congratulations, man." And I knew it was him. I wasn't getting punked. only the president could say, "Congratulations, man." He talked about how proud he was of what we'd accomplished, and he wanted me to send his regards to Percy, and he wanted to congratulate the team. He wanted me to congratulate the team for him. He does want to congratulate the team personally, and I told him we will make that happen. And so, looking forward to having the President of the United States congratulate the team this week. 9 successful landings on Mars. The only nation that's been able to do that. Just incredible. Thousands of people working on this to make this happen at the Jet Propulsion Lab, at NASA centers, with our industry partners and with our international partners. I want to call out one of our other government agency partners. The Department of Energy develops the radioisotopic thermal generators first, the RTDs, that power Curiosity and are powering Perseverance. And it's a great partnership. So thank you to our DOE colleagues. This mission is amazing on its own. Science, technology, and caching samples to bring back to Earth. But it's also part of our bigger exploration plans, right? Which involve really understanding Mars and the evolution of Mars and whether there was life, ancient life, but also preparing for eventual human missions to Mars. And so this is one step along the way of our journey to accomplish that goal. And it's a major step. And we've embarked on that. We've taken the first steps and embarking on that journey. Again, I'm amazed that everything went, pretty much according to plan. And when I heard the touchdown signal come back and saw the first image, I cannot tell you how overcome with emotion I was and happy I was. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I think I'm going to get sleep really well tonight. So again, just an amazing day. With that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague and friend, Dr. Zabukin.
Well, thanks so much, Steve. And I want to share an event with you that usually happens when I'm by myself. And what you should know is that every time we do a launch or we do a landing, we get 2 plans. One plan is the one we want to do. And then there's that second plan, which is right here. That's the contingency plan. Here's for the contingency plan. Yeah. All right. Just about 1.5 hours, a little bit more. History happened right here. And I want to play a video that the team put together. Before I do so, I want to just warn you, you may or may not, in the last row, see some bent COVID protocols. You should just know that all of us who are involved back there were doubly masked and normally had all the distance in the world, but I will tell you later about my emotions there, but I had to hug some people. Sorry for that, Steve and everybody, but roll the video, please. Let's lift back that moment we had. Go ahead.
We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver in preparation for parachute deploy.
Yes.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed and we are seeing significant deceleration. Skycrane maneuver has started. About 20 meters off the surface.
We're getting signals from MRO.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of past life.
Looks like we're getting the first image.
What an amazing moment. I have to tell you, after I was kind of reacting the first 5 seconds or so, I was overcome with emotions. frankly, in the back there. And I was tearing up. And then, frankly, what I thought about is a statement that was made 20 minutes or so before the moments you just saw, when one of the leaders said, this is the first time for months that we're all in the same room. And I want to thank you for being here and being part of the team. Of course, many individuals on the monitor here and otherwise were not in that room. And I just wanted to tell you how proud and so moved I was by that team achieving that amazing success. I was reminded of a statement of a famous coach who once was asked, what are the most important things that create success in the game? And it turns out the same is true for NASA. And here are the following three in the order of priority: the team, and the team. And I just really want to thank the team for that. Thanks so much. Of course, for me, this is not an end, but a beginning. Now the amazing science starts, and I'm so looking forward to the science that's come there. Every yard on the surface of Mars is a yard of Mars sample return to go collect these precious samples and bring them back to Earth. And of course, you should know that one of the first texts I got from international community was from my friend David Parker, my colleague over in ESA, who sent his congratulations. I just want to tell him back how excited we are to continue to work with them on this amazing joint mission, this international history-making mission that we're now endeavoring, of course, with Perseverance right there. But as we're already starting to develop some of the team members moving over towards Mars sample return, and many concrete steps are also happening, of course, towards another horizon goal, which is human exploration of Mars as well. I always think of it as like there's a whole bucket of miracles you need to achieve to do that. And we're taking some miracles off the table, both today, but also as we go forward with Mars sample return. So the future of Mars exploration is just so broad and exciting, and it involves many other nations as well. And leaders, many of them are still in school or even in kindergarten or younger. And those leaders we're going to need as we do this achieve those amazing goals. I want to think of the international partners of Mars 2020 Perseverance. And we had something like 35 vendors from 11 nations that, of course, added up to the nearly 1,000 within the United States. 11 nations that included a lot of them. And I've been in some of these nations, and I know where these pieces are coming from and how proud those nations are. Of course, over and above that, we have 3 partners that have contributed instruments: France, Spain, and Norway. And I had texts from our French colleagues, for example, where the Prime Minister was right there with the team and celebrating with them. I'm just so glad for the support in each one of those countries they're receiving from their governments. And we look forward, but each of our contributions, the contributions internationally and the ones by the team here, will provide information and tell us about Mars, and also the future collaboration that will be enabled by the amazing historic feat today. Mars is always hard. We don't take this for granted. Landing on Mars is one of the toughest things, even though the team, is making it look easy. I have to tell you. I mean, it's just incredible to me. I've baffled. I told Steve this morning, I had to get up in the night twice to replace a sweated through wet t-shirt with a new one. I was telling myself I'm pretty calm. Apparently my body did not say so. But this next night, I'm sure I only need one of them as we go forward. And that's in no small way because of my next friend I'm going to introduce you to you, which is, of course, Mike Watkins, who's the JPL director. Take it away, Mike.
Thank you, Thomas. I'd like to welcome everyone virtually to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory here. This room, many of our journalist colleagues have been in this room for landing day, where we've actually celebrated all of the Mars landings ever accomplished by humankind here in this room. And I miss the fact that you're not all here with us today. We usually have the lab buzzing with thousands of folks. And because of COVID, we're doing this remotely. But I hope you still feel a part of this, and certainly feel free to engage us with questions and follow up. On behalf of JPL, I have to say we have a fantastic project team, no question about it. And John McNamee and Matt Wallace will talk a lot more about that team. But I want to also notice the rest of JPL. It really took a lot of folks working together to make this mission successful. And of course, we're working on missions other than Mars Perseverance as well. And we had to keep those missions going. We had to keep Mars 2020 going. We had to use our CIO office to make sure we could all work in a virtual sense, work remotely. And of course, folks keeping everyone safe on the lab in terms of PPE and facility changes. And we sort of had to change the tires while we're going down the highway starting last year. And we are very proud of having been able to make 2020 a success. And now that Perseverance is on the surface, I hope you are sharing the magic that I do personally. These first few days on Mars, I always think in some sense are the most magical. All of the great panoramas and the color photos and great science and our sample acquisition and the helicopter flight, you will follow along with those and see them in the coming months. But there is something special about the first few days because we have just landed a representative of the planet Earth on a place on Mars that no one has ever been to. No one has ever seen it except from orbital imagery from a few hundred miles up above Mars. And I believe that that magical sense that we bring is a lot of the reason that JPL exists and NASA exists. And I and everyone at the lab is very proud to be part of that. And now to talk more about what we expect to do with this mission on the surface, now that we are safely down, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Lori Glaze, the head of the Planetary Science Division at NASA headquarters. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mike. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, wow, right? There's just so much excitement and emotion here today. And I of course have to extend my thanks as well to the entire team who really had to work under adverse conditions over the last year, but have worked hard for the 6 years prior to that as well, and probably even before that, leading up to the beginning of when the project got kicked off. I'd also like to make sure I give a little shout out and some thanks to my headquarters staff that support this as well. We all work together. It's all one big team. And I wanted to tell the folks here, the Mars 2020 team, that it was just such an honor to be here and be allowed to sit in the control room with you guys. Y'all are incredible. You're amazing. And I know it wasn't even the full team there, and the full breadth of that team. The capabilities are just astounding. And so I'm just so proud of everything you've accomplished. And thank you for letting me be a part of it here today. It is really, truly exciting. Now that we're on the ground, now the fun really starts. And I loved, you're going to hear from Ken in a little bit. We're talking to him right after landing, and then the science team's already getting started. They're already working. Ken's in there looking at the pictures, the first two that we got down, and he's already looking at them and trying to figure out what we're going to do and where we are. So fantastic. I can't wait to get all the instruments turned on over the next several days and weeks and start collecting data. And in particular, over the next few days, as we're getting down all of the imaging and the microphone data that were taken during the descent, I think it's going to take us all along on that descent. We're all going to get to experience just exactly what that was like. This will be the first time we've ever had that opportunity to not just look at the data that came back and said, yes, the parachute deployed, and yes, the sky crane operated correctly. We're going to get to see it and live it and participate, every one of us, on that way down. It's going to be amazing. So really, really looking forward to that. I'd also like to, in my time here, give a shout out to the more than 1 million students that joined in for the Mars Student Challenge. And I want to thank you all can we all thank the students that participated? Fantastic. We're just so excited that so many young people around the country and around the world have gotten engaged with this mission. It's incredibly inspiring. And as Thomas said, it's your generation that's going to take us forward. It's your generation that's going to be analyzing these samples when they come back to Earth. And we're just so happy to have so much interaction with the students. And the Mars Challenge, the Student Challenge, is still up there, and folks can still sign up and still participate in that activity. So just continue to participate. So with that, I am going to pass things over to John. Thank you so much, John McNamee, who is our project manager, and congratulations, John. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lori. So I woke up this morning. Unlike Thomas and Steve, I slept like a baby, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Got a little exercise, had a little breakfast, landed on Mars. So all in all, pretty good day so far. And the reason I slept so well is I probably closer knowledge than Thomas and Steve and Lori of the quality of the team that was brought to bear on this very, very difficult endeavor. And I'm talking about the very much extended team that doesn't just include JPL. We got tremendous support from NASA headquarters, from JPL management, the technical establishment that exists here at JPL in the technical divisions, but also in industry, the other NASA centers that were brought to bear on this project, our international partners, and a wealth of contractors that contributed greatly to the success of this mission. So we all celebrated together for sure. It was a very difficult task that we asked people to do. They delivered, they tested, and we landed. And now we have turned it over to the operations team. You'll hear from Jennifer Trosper here in a minute, and the science team. You'll hear from Ken Farley in a minute. And they have now they have a job to do. I mean, a real job to do now that we put this down on the surface. I know that the surface team and the science team were anxious for us to get there. And then as we started to get there, they go, oh my God, they're actually going to get there. And we need to finish doing what we need to do to operate this rover. Well, they did that, and they'll start doing, in fact, they're doing it as we speak right now. So anyway, thanks to all who contributed. I would argue that if you looked up perseverance in the dictionary, you should see the faces of all of these people that are on the screen here and all of the people on this panel. So thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to my partner in crime and the person I called the conscience of the project, essentially from the get-go, Matt Wallace.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you for your leadership. It's been a pleasure working with you the last 8 years, I have to say. You know, you just got a chance to watch this team do one of the hardest things we do in our business, which is to land a spacecraft on the planet Mars. You know, we arrived at Mars moving at about 12,000 miles an hour, roughly. And just 7 short minutes, we had to slow down and gently put Perseverance down in Jezero Crater. And the system just performed flawlessly. You know, get through 10 or 12 Gs of deceleration, a supersonic parachute deployment. You know, 8 big main engines had to fire. Our terrain relative navigation hazard avoidance system had to perform the way it was designed. And, you know, it's never easy. These things are so complicated. We were running a couple million lines of flight software code. I think we had something on the order of 30,000 parameters to set and get them all right. You know, it's just a difficult thing to do, and it's a real, very gratifying and quite a relief to be through it, I have to say. And the good news is, I think the spacecraft is in great shape. We got through EDL very well. Al Chen will give you a little more information about that. We did transition into our surface mode as we expected to, and so we're doing well. We do have a couple images. I'm going to pop these up, I think, on the screen. If you can bring up our HazCam imagery. These are engineering camera images that are taken out the front of the vehicle and the rear of the vehicle when we land. And that's Jezero Crater right there. And you can see the shadow of the vehicle, and you can look out into the horizon. And that is just a great thing to see for the team. So, so the next thing we're going to do here is something we've never tried before, in addition to landing at Jezero Crater. We have never tried to bring the team into our press conference here, and we want to try to do that. So are you guys ready out there? Comms team ready? You guys ready to try this? Okay, I think I'm getting some nods up and down. All right, here we go. We're going to try to switch over and introduce you to the Mars 2020 Perseverance team. Here you go. Congratulations, team.
Hey.
Ready up there? Team ready? You guys ready to try this? You guys yeah. This is the team that built the computers, they built the structures, they built the radars, they integrated the prop tanks and the thrusters and all the engines. You know, they built actuators and robot arms and sampling systems. These guys just never rested. All of our terrific science instruments, our technology payloads, really a remarkable team. And they did it, you know, days, they did it nights, they did it weekends, they worked through holidays, they worked first shift, second shift, third shift. Just a remarkable, you know, a remarkable accomplishment, and we're so proud to be part of what they've done here. And they look good. They look good on TV, I think, you know. So I think you hopefully got to see some of the faces and some of the families, maybe a few signs, a couple pets along the way. But congratulations to the whole team, and thank you all for everything you've done. I'm going to turn it over to Al Chen. He is the lead of our swashbuckling EDL team, and he's going to tell you a little bit more about entry, descent, and landing.
Thanks, Matt. You know, wow, that was quite a ride. It never gets old landing on Mars. And you don't want to tell the whole project team thank you, and especially to the EDL family out there. I'm really proud of you. You guys did it. I can show you a little bit about what we know so far. Usually it takes us a couple of days to figure out where we went, but with our side benefit of our train relative navigation system, we know pretty well where we went. If you bring up the first figure, you can see that we're off the center just a little bit to the southeast, about a kilometer, 1.7 kilometers or so to the southeast. It's a pretty good area, but terrain relative navigation was pretty important here. If you go to the next figure, and not just for telling us where we are, you can see that we landed in, you know, an area that's relatively rugged there. And I think Ken will be able to tell you about the science of what's there. But I was just worried about what would kill us on landing. So if you go to the next slide here, red is generally bad. And you can see that the system managed to find a nice blue spot in the midst of all that red, all that death that's out there for us. So we found a parking lot and hit it. So you know, the terrain relative navigation system was absolutely essential in getting us down here and helping us figure out where we are right away. We are in a nice flat spot. The vehicle is only tilted by about 1.2 degrees. So we did successfully find that parking lot and have a safe rover on the ground. And I couldn't be more proud of my team for doing that. And that's really all I got to say. I think this is the end of my journey, I guess, with Perseverance, but the adventure, really, the mission is really just beginning. So let me toss it over to Jennifer to talk about the surface work that we have ahead of us.
Thanks, Al. Well, thank you, Al. I mean, you and your team did a
fantastic job, and we're so grateful to be in this position. I almost feel like I'm in a dream. Our job is to think of all the bad things that can happen and try to avoid those. And when all good things happen, you feel like you're dreaming. And I'm happy to feel like I'm dreaming today, and happy to be here. That I want to do the most important thing, which is introduce you to another portion of the team. Some of these folks were downstairs for landing, and some of them are up here just doing surface operations. And so the team wants to share their excitement with you about being on the surface of Mars, getting ready for an amazing science mission. So thank you, team. This team is awaiting the Odyssey overflight. Yeah, let's give them a hand. Thank you, folks. So this team is awaiting the Odyssey overflight, which will happen about 4:30 p.m. It's a very small data volume, so we won't get very much information. But then at 6:30 p.m., Trace Gas Orbiter will have an overflight and send down a fair amount of data. And that's, I think, what everybody's looking forward to, are these images that Mike talked about. So the images we might get if everything goes well, we will likely get the HazCams with the deployed covers. What you were looking at before was the HazCams without the covers deployed. We hope that we will get some thumbnail movies of some of the EDL camera images, so that front row seat and entry, descent, and landing. And then it's possible that we'll get an actual image from the descent download camera, the last 10 meters before we landed on the surface. So we're all on the edge of our seats looking forward to getting those images. Just a few other stats about the rover. We think we're facing southeast based on the shadows, about 140 degrees. The tilt, as Al said, it's flat. It's about 1.2 degrees. The power system looks good. The RTG, the generator before we landed, was at 105 watts, and we think it'll go a little higher. The batteries are charged at 95%, and everything looks great. So we are excited to get the next set of information from Perseverance. Now, the team will get some images tonight, but then over the next few days, we spend a little bit of time, I'll show you with the model here, kind of unwrapping the rover. It's been inside the descent stage, back shell. So the mast is not deployed. So we will deploy the remote sensing mast here, and then we'll also be pointing, you can see here, the high gain antenna at Earth, and that's how we will communicate. Right now, the rover is sending data through the orbiters on an antenna, a UHF antenna that's sitting here on the back of the rover. And we can command it, but only through an omnidirectional low gain antenna here. So we don't get very high data rates through that. So we're excited to be opening up the rover over the next few days. After that, we will transition the software. As John mentioned, we were finishing, many of these people have been working on this mission for years, and we were finishing the surface flight software as we were flying to Mars. It's on the vehicle, but we will spend a little bit of time transitioning to that software. Then we will finish the checkouts of all the instruments, and we'll drive to our heli flight demo location, wherever that might be. Now I spent a little time talking to the rover planners, the folks who decide where to traverse and what's safe and what's not. And there's a ripple field in front of us, between us and the Delta. So we might be doing some driving around the ripple field. We don't like sand ripples that much, but we're going to spend some time and figure out what the traverse places are and where the helicopter demo flight should be. So that's what we're working on. In summary, I would like to say, as I step back, it's great to be able to share this success. I'm so happy for the team who has worked so hard. This is an incredible team, and they have just pushed through so many challenges. But we're also very excited to be able to share this success with everybody who is cheering for us, everybody who is watching. We really are excited for you to join us on this great mission on Mars that we're going to go through in the next several years, learning more about Mars. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ken Farley. He'll talk more about the science mission on Mars.
Hi, thanks, Jennifer. I would follow on what Steve Jerzik said. I would say, wow, we have a science mission. It has been a long road to get here. And one of the things I would point out, it may be not obvious from the outside, but a mission like this is a lot like a decade-long relay race. There was the whole first stage where the whole spacecraft was designed and built, and literally, as the pandemic was closing in, was raced off to the Cape to make the launch. The second leg was to get through space and arrive successfully, as we have just done. And the third leg is the one that we are about to embark on. That's the science mission. And one of the amazing things about this is there are thousands of people all along the way, and at each step, those people peel off and move on to new jobs. And so on behalf of the science team, I want to thank my friends to the right here and all of the folks that got us to where we are. This is a spectacular place to be. So thank you all so much for that. And we are going to do you proud in the science mission. I want to start off just saying a few words about where we are and what we know so far. This is obviously not based on very much information. And my phone is buzzing all the time with people telling me things. So we're already starting to process the information that we have. But in this first image, you can see that we landed to the southeast of the Delta. We are about 2 kilometers to the southeast of the Delta. And we are actually right on the boundary between 2 different geologic units. There's the kind of smooth area that we landed on. We call that the mafic floor unit. And then there's the rough area. This is actually where the dunes are. And that's the olivine bearing unit. And this is a great place to be because one of the things that scientists love to do is look to see how 2 different geologic units come together. It tells you a lot about the geologic history. So we're really excited to get going on this. And if I could have the next image. So these images, I hope everybody understands it. These are actually taken in only one of the color bands. This is just in the red color band. And they are actually taken through the protective lens cap that is on the camera. So these are just amazing things that we got back in the first few seconds after we landed. But we can already see some important things. There are rocks in this field of view. We don't know exactly how big they are, but they might be about 10 centimeters would be a reasonable guess. So those are going to be very interesting. They will undoubtedly be some of the first objects that we explore once the kind of shakedown phase of the early rover operations completes. And also in the background, we believe that we can see the Delta. There are features in the back that look like the cliffs of the Delta. And so when we get those additional images back that Jennifer was mentioning, we should know a lot more about that. And then we can also see some sand dunes in there. And actually, in something of a relief, our imaging scientist told me when I went and talked to him about this image, I asked him what he saw, and he said, looks like Mars. So I'm glad we have successfully landed on Mars. So science team is really excited to get going here. We have years of scientific investigation ahead of us. And I will turn it back to Jaru for questions.
Okay, thank you, Ken. We're about to start Q&A. So if you're a reporter on our phone lines, remember that you can press *1 and get into the queue. And if you're on social media and you want to ask questions, use the hashtag #CountdownToMars. So our first reporter question comes from Steve Futterman of CBS News. Go ahead, Steve.
And congratulations to everyone involved in this. I'd like to focus my question to Matt Wallace and Al Chen. Obviously, we see you through the lenses of the cameras as this is happening. Could you take a step back and maybe describe for us what was going through your mind, your hearts? What were the emotions as the 7 minutes of terror were taking place and the reaction when you knew that Perseverance had safely touched down on Mars?
It's hard to really describe, to be honest with you. You think you're prepared for it. It's part of our business in some ways. We're exploring, we're going places we haven't been. We know there's risk. We know there's uncertainty. I was telling somebody the other day, I don't think a single workday went by for the last 8 or 9 years where I didn't think about entry, descent, and landing. You always worry, did you make the right decision? Did you test the right things? Did you put the right people in charge? We clearly did on Perseverance, but it just, it consumes you. It becomes part of you. And in some ways, it's hard still to believe that we finished it and that we're done. It still feels a little surreal. Because it just becomes embedded in the way you think. You have to be constantly terrified of it. You have to respect it. At the same time, you have to somehow believe that you can do it, or else you'd never try to put a car on the surface of Mars, right? It's crazy. And so it's part of what we do, I guess. And at some point, it becomes part of how you think. But there really is no good way to describe that moment when it's over and you hear those words, touchdown confirmed. It's just a remarkable feeling of pride in the team, relief, and really joy thinking forward to this remarkable surface mission that we have coming up. That's the best I can do. Let me turn it over to Al.
I mean, those 7 minutes are still pretty raw for me right now, but it's the vehicle's going on a roller coaster ride, and you are too, right? The little pieces of data come back. Things seem to be working the way you want them to go. You start feeling good, and then something comes by that doesn't quite match what you thought it was going to be. Is that really right? Should I have expected that? Or something comes out of order, and your stomach drops, and then okay, the things are okay again, right? And then you pick up that next piece of information that says things are actually going okay. It's an emotional roller coaster ride all the way down that way, and you're second guessing yourself as you go, even though it's already happened. It's kind of crazy, I mean it's a feeling of being very fortunate at the end. I think for me, that I get to work at a place with people who are both great engineers and great people, and we still get to dare mighty things together. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, our next caller is Marcia Dunn of the AP. Go ahead, Marcia.
Yes, hi. Congratulations. For Al, all those blue dots all the red dots surrounding the little blue patch, are those mostly rocks? How close do you think you came from something that could have doomed the mission on landing? Thank you.
We'll have to take a closer look at exactly what we had there. I will tell you that in general, we make these maps a little scarier because we want to make sure that we find the safest spots. In fact, these maps are typically saturated at what we consider 4% hazard, so that if you came down there, I mean, some of these places are definitely problems, but and there's individual rocks that are marked there. So we're gonna have to take a closer look to see how close we came. But we definitely, the system did what it was supposed to do. It found the safest area that was available to it and went there.
Great, okay, thank you. Next call is from Paul Brinkman of UPI.
Hello, yes, thanks for taking my question. I'm wondering if someone can, I realize you haven't seen the descent images yet, but to what extent do you expect any major changes in Perseverance's planned route based on those images, and about how much imagery do you think you're going to get? I mean, in terms of the number of images or video, and how much better will those be than what you have from the orbiters? I don't know if that would be for Lori or for Jennifer.
Go ahead, Lori. Or, oh no, you pointed Jennifer.
I think Jennifer would be
Okay, go ahead, Jennifer.
Well, why don't I can talk a little bit about the images. We think over the next few days, we'll get all of the entry, descent, and landing movies down so that we can see basically that front row seat of what happened, all the different cameras, and we'll get those movies. I think as far as where we might go once we see those, I can probably toss that over to Ken and see what he says about that.
Yeah, I expect that what we will do is we will explore that contact that I mentioned between the Mafic Flora unit and the Olivine unit. And as Jennifer mentioned, that's a dune field, and we may have to go around the dune field, but I suspect we will go around it either one direction or the other towards the delta.
Great. Okay, thank you. We'll take our next reporter question from Sam Ahmed of AFP. Go ahead, Sam.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Congratulations. We understand we had 2 mics on board. When might we know if Perseverance was successful in recording the first direct sounds from Mars?
Jennifer, you want to take that one?
Yeah, we should be able to get some of that information in the overnight passes tonight and tomorrow morning. So hopefully we'll be able to understand whether we got the sounds and what those sounded like.
Thanks.
Great. Okay, thank you. Next reporter is Kate Tobin from PBS NewsHour.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Congratulations to the team. Great, great job. And my question follows on the last two about the imagery from the cameras that you've put onto the descent vehicle and on the rover itself. Can you talk a little bit? You say they're going to come down starting tonight and overnight. Is that all of them? I know there were some GoPro type sort of rugged sports cameras that you had pointed in all different directions and some high speed video that you were taking. Do you expect it all to come down in the next few hours, or is that something that's going to trickle in over days? And when do you expect to release it?
So let's let Matt take this one. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I can give you a kind of an overview there. And you're correct. Yes, as I think Thomas mentioned or others had mentioned, for the first time, we're going to be able to see ourselves in high definition video land on another planet. We put commercial ruggedized cameras at various locations on the vehicle, 3 of them looking up at that big supersonic parachute, 1 on the descent stage looking down at the rover, 1 on the rover that looks up at the descent stage. And then we have 1 at the rover looking down as well. And so we think we're going to capture some pretty spectacular, we think we have captured, hopefully, some pretty spectacular video. And they come with a microphone as well. And so I think that's what you're asking about. We are, in fact, hoping that we can bring 1 image, 1 still image from those cameras to the table tomorrow from the descent stage looking down at the rover. And I think that's going to, hopefully, we'll see that. And I'm hoping that that's going to be a remarkable image. But the first video product we're going to work on over the weekend as the imagery comes down. And we're going to try to bring that to a press conference on Monday. And I think that's really going to be something to see. Yeah, it's going to be remarkable. I'm looking forward to it myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next reporter is Stephen Clark from Spaceflight Now. Go ahead, Stephen.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. Just wondering if maybe Jennifer Trosper can go through the timeline over the next couple of days in some more detail about, when the lens covers are going to be opened, when the high gain antenna will have a lock on Earth, and when the mast will be, deployed, and when the first drive might be. Just walk me through that for me, please. And maybe for Dr. Zurbuchen or Dr. Glaze, the Mars sample return campaign was really hinging on the outcome of today. Just wanted to get your comments on any relief that you felt that, that your whole Mars sample return strategy is reality now after today's outcome. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll start with what we're doing over the next several sols. This is sol 0. So right after the rover landed, it actually fired some pyros and did release our high gain antenna and also release those lens covers, which is why the images that we expect to see this evening will be without the lens covers. And those will be the HazCam images, along with the other images we talked about. The first 4 or 5 sols, what we're trying to do is get the power, the thermal, and the communications, the infrastructure of the rover stabilized so that then we can go and load the software, as I mentioned. So the first thing we'll do tomorrow, we actually gyro compass today as well to see if we can understand our orientation such that tomorrow on sol 1, we can point the high gain antenna at Earth. And then if we get good pointing, then we'll start commanding the vehicle through that antenna. And that's one of the key things we're trying to do in these early days is get that communication link working. We'll also release the remote sensing mast. And then on sol 2, we'll deploy that mast. Now, while we're doing these things, which I call our critical path infrastructure things, we're also doing other health checks of other instruments. And over the course of the 3 sols or 4 sols of these early activities, we'll get all the instrument health checks done. We'll charge the rover battery. On that sol 2, once we deploy the mast, that's when we'll take those initial images with our double E cams, their camera, their color this time. In the past, they've been black and white. We'll take those first panoramas, and then the Mastcam Z, which is also on the mast, we'll take those panoramas on sol 3, and then we'll be sending that data down along with additional data from the EDL cameras and the other data that we talked about over this week. It'll take us till about sol 4. On sol 4, we actually start to load and burn into the RCE, so our flight computers, the new software. And once we start to do that, we do about 4 days of transitioning to the new software. We do it very carefully. We toe dip. We make sure that nothing goes wrong. And at the end of that is when we start the next set of checkouts where we'll deploy the arm. We'll do our first drive about 5 meters forward and back. And then once we get that checked out is when we'll start to drive towards a heli site. We'll have figured out where we want to fly the heli. There are certain requirements of that site in terms of rock sizes and flatness. And so we're looking for that right now. That ends up being, a few weeks before we get there, but we're excited about it all.
I want to quickly talk about your second question, Stephen, and that is, of course, there's a lot of friends all over the world who had a sigh of relief and everything went well with this touchdown. The Mars sample return colleagues, they're all working really hard to retire the risks of these new technologies and to bring together two of the most amazing missions to now bring the samples back. That's work that has started years ago, technology development and the system development here at JPL, at the European Space Agency and elsewhere. There's two principles we used to set the timing. The first one is we always bet on success. In our business, even if you sweat through shirt or not, like I learned about John, we bet on success because that's what we want to achieve. That's what we're planning for. The second one is to go right now and develop the Mars sample return campaign. Not only makes the surface mission more effective in that regard, but also it actually saves a lot of money because we actually can use the systems that we have now to move towards that return. And so for that reason, I think there's a lot of people being excited right now all over the world. But Lori, anything you wanted to add that I may have overlooked in this?
I think you've covered that really well. The only thing I would say is that, it's always nerve-wracking to, as we go through the EDL for a lander or a rover, but it was doubly so this time because, as you say, the Mars sample return was also pretty, is reliant on the success of Perseverance. So yeah, we all definitely heaved a sigh of relief in thinking forward on all the work that's to go for Mars sample return. But really, really exciting that we've now really embarked on that chapter 1 of Mars sample return for real. So it's great.
Great, thank you, Lori. Okay, we're going to do a social media question. This might also actually be for Lori. Polls to do on Instagram asks, if Perseverance finds signs of past or present life, what would we do next?
Oh, wow. That's a great, great question because there's still just so much to do on Mars. It's a fascinating, fascinating place. And it's a wonderful laboratory for doing incredible science. And, certainly the big question for us right now is this question about the evolution of Mars and the existence or not of past life that's been preserved at Jezero Crater. And that's our focus right now. But we're always looking forward to the additional science that we're going to do in the future, thinking about, again, how planets form, how they evolve, and Mars is a great, great place to work on all of those different science questions.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to the reporter phone lines, and we have Mike Wall of space.com.
Thank you all, and congratulations. It was a really great day for all of us watching too. Just to kind of piggyback off of Stephen Clark's question about what the near future holds, could you maybe Jennifer or John or Ken, do you go out like another couple of weeks or a month or so? I mean, how long do you anticipate it'll take to get to the helicopter site, and how long will those flights take? And I mean, when will the rover be able to actually start doing science and start gathering samples and so on and so forth, do you think? Thank you.
Sure, I'll go a little further out. I talked about we'll have the once we get the robotic arm working and we get mobility working, we'll go find the heli flight demo site. So that's about 3 weeks. And then depending on how close that site is, we have to traverse to it, and we still have the helicopter underneath the rover. So we can't use our auto navigation. We have to be a little bit more careful when we're doing that. So it could take up to 10 sols. It really depends on where we find a heli flight demo site. Then we will spend 30 sols. A sol is a Martian day. It's 40 minutes longer than an Earth day. So we speak in sols when we're doing operations on Mars. So we spend about 30 sols for the helicopter demo. Prior to that, it'll take us about 10 sols to get the helicopter just deployed underneath the rover, move the rover away. We go about 100 meters away before we fly it. So that's another 40 sols. So I like to say it's sometimes hard to, it's always hard to estimate exactly when things happen, but we'll be flying the helicopter in the spring here, and we'll be spending spring flying the helicopter. After that, we're going to upgrade our auto navigation capability on the rover, meaning we're just going to try it out, make sure it works. Then we'll drive towards the first science site that Ken and his team are interested in going to. Again, that depends on where they want to go, how long it takes us to get there. And that's the point where we will be doing the first sampling. So I like to say summer is the time frame when we'll be doing the first sampling. Those things can change. They might go faster. Or if we have to traverse to different places that take a longer period of time, it might go slower. That's a longer plan. And then one thing I'll just throw in the end, conjunction is around September, where we're not able to communicate with the spacecraft because the sun is between Earth and Mars. And so during that time, we'll spend a little bit of work finishing off some efficiency and operability capabilities for the vehicle to help it be even smarter and even more autonomous. And then after conjunction, we'll upload that new flight software build. And then that's when we can really do things even faster than we had originally planned.
Ken, do you want to talk a little bit about the science part?
Yeah, it's a little premature to say very much yet. I mentioned in a previous discussion that there are 450 science team members, and I think most of them are sending me texts and emails about what we should do now. But we've got to get together and actually come up with a communal plan. We're not ready to do that just yet.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, the next reporter question comes from Jackie Goddard of the Times of London.
Hello and congratulations everyone, and that includes all the folks on those screens at your kitchen tables and your on your couches with your dogs and your cats and your kids. My question is, can one of you on the panel please give us some examples of the complexity of the challenges that you faced getting this mission to Mars under pandemic conditions, and to what extent will COVID continue to affect operations? For example, will the rover operations also be at their kitchen tables and sofas and pets on laps, or does that now change? Thank you.
Yeah, I can start us off and say a few words. I'll let Jennifer say a bit about looking out into the future of the surface mission. You know, the pandemic struck at just about the worst time for this mission. We had just shipped the vehicle down to Kennedy Space Center. It was in pieces. We still had to put it together. It's a critical point in time for us. You can't make mistakes. There's no safety net at that point. There's no double checks. You have to do it right. We were still finishing some of the flight hardware back here at JPL. We had very little schedule margin. You know, the teams were already working multiple shifts and had already scheduled out the weekends. And you know, we had to react very quickly, and we were normally you're just focused on trying to do the job, do it right, and get it done in time to make the planetary launch window, because if you miss it, you're going to have to wait 2 years. And suddenly we had to start thinking primarily about how to keep the team safe and their families safe, and how to get through all these logistical challenges. You know, we were quickly trying to understand the protective equipment we had to bring in, what kind of social distancing we had to deal with, how many people could stand around the rover, and how close could they be inside a clean room, you know, what kind of protection we got from our clean room garb. We were just struggling to understand if all of our support community, the companies that just clean the garments, you know, for our clean room, or bring the nitrogen in for our thermal vacuum chambers, whether or not they were going to be there and continue to deliver the things that we needed to keep going. We had people here at JPL that had to travel to Kennedy Space Center, and we couldn't get them. We couldn't travel commercially, and so we had to ask for some help from NASA headquarters. Our friends at Armstrong gave us a jet to fly, helped us with transporting via an agency jet back and forth. We got support out of Wallops, another NASA facility, to fly some of our flight hardware there and back. So it was a very, very challenging time. And then we had to figure out how to actually launch the thing and fly it when, we had all these constraints as well. We were modifying our processes and protocols in our operations facility. Very, very challenging. And the team, I think that the team, like all of you out there, they're worried, worried about their parents or grandparents and just worried about their kids out of school, worried about taking care of, kids at home and doing their work. So it was a tough time. We actually, we decided to try to market. We put a plate, a COVID plate on the port side of the rover. It's now sitting on Jezero Crater with the vehicle. And you can see the video there of us installing that plate down at Kennedy Space Center. And that plate was really there to symbolize the challenge that not just our team was facing, but everybody has been facing. It's been a tough year. It's been tough to do this mission under these in this environment. But the team, like they have with every other challenge, has stepped up to it. We got a lot of help from the institution, from the agency, and I think that's going to continue into the future so that we can do this surface mission. Jennifer, do you want to add anything?
Well, I'll add that we are not all together, and that's very unusual for a landing. And when we start a surface operations, Ken's talking about his phone blowing up. Usually that would be a big meeting that's in one of the buildings here on the laboratory where we all talk about what the science of the mission is, and based on where we are, what we want to do. The engineering team is largely on site right now. And to finish development was a struggle being remote because these are complex systems. They take a lot of individual expertise, put together in a way that we can operate a vehicle, that we can build software that makes that vehicle work. And doing all of that remotely without as much interaction has been hard for the team. We have the science team now is fully remote. And so, it's just like all of you guys. I mean, I work from my laundry room for the last several months, right? And my kids are in Zoom school and they'll walk in and then people say they can't hear me because the washer's going. I mean, everybody has these challenges that are going on because this is not the way we typically would design a Mars mission. But the team has been fantastic and just overcome every challenge. We have now robots on the floor where if you're remote, but you want to go look in a room, you can log into one of the robots and you can drive it around the floor now in surface operations and go talk to the people that you want. So we've learned a lot about how to do things remotely. I think it has changed how we think about the problem, but it is challenging. And I look forward to the time. I think there will be a time when we can all be together again and not have all the restrictions. I'm in a room by myself, which is the only reason I'm not wearing a mask. And I think that does make it, one of the things the team missed out on a little bit was just that excitement and energy that comes from being all together right before landing. And so we were together, but it was remotely. And so I think it'll be fun and great for the team to be able to get back together again when we can do that.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Next call comes from Amina Khan of the LA Times.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I had a couple of questions here. Congratulations. To jump off of that last question, I was sort of wondering if all these pandemic restrictions will be affecting how you guys deal with Mars time. Will that be affecting the Mars time experience? And also, will it be affecting the experience of the rover drivers? How will that be changing because of the pandemic?
Yeah, well, the Mars time question is great. So Mars time, as you obviously know, you've asked the question, is we get up in the morning on Mars and then our clock shifts by 40 minutes every day. So when you're all here and you're together, that kind of works. But when you're sitting in your living room or, in a small room in your house, if you need to be on a telecon all night long, planning the rover's sequences for the next day, that may not work out for your spouse or your family or those things. So we've had to change. In some cases, we've actually had to create remote but on-site places for people to come to. We don't want to gather too many people together. We need to have our socially distant facilities. But we have several, I would say we have a couple dozen people who are remote but still coming to lab to different areas during Mars time so that they can not interfere with their family's life, which is not on Mars time. And then as far as our rover planners, they're going to get busy. They already have some meshes where they're trying to come up with strategic traverses with the images we have. But I think it's the same for them. They have some unique equipment they need to use. So again, we've set up some different locations where they can come in and use that equipment. It doesn't have to all be. We have some over in this building, and then we've set some up in another building. So rover planners who can't be at home on Mars time can come in. So it is different, and it's different for the families, and we'll see how it works. We do have probably about 50 people in here that when they work Mars time, they're actually at the facility and on console, as you see behind me.
Great. Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Okay, the next call comes from Leo Enright of Irish TV.
Thanks very much, Yari. And as we say in the Irish language, Cogordas Ukri, to everybody involved, particularly the people on the Zoom screen. Many congratulations. I had a very detailed geology question ready for Ken Farley, but Jennifer Trosper mentioned a robot that they're using to communicate. I wasn't quite clear about that, so I thought I would ask about that a bit more. You said you had a robot that can move and talk to people?
I'll clarify. It's a robot that you can log into and essentially drive it around, and your face will be there, and you can zoom up, or you can drive up next to somebody that you want to talk to closer than 6 feet, and then you can have a conversation with them from your...
I mean, is it a rover or what is it?
No, it's just a robot that moves around the, I can't remember the actual maker. Maybe somebody can help me out with that, but it's a robot that we drive remotely around the floor. It really just has wheels and then a screen. It's a moving computer screen. Maybe that's a better way to describe it.
Could I do a follow-up?
Sure, we can do that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, thanks. Because I did have a question for Ken Farley. Ken, this Zoom screen is fantastic because we're all used to the crowd coming in JPL after a landing. And the other tradition in JPL after a landing is the journalist with the geeky question. So I just wanted to ask you, could you clarify, have you landed at Canyon de Chelly? And if that is where you have landed, can you tell me whether you've looked at Channel Islands and the outcrop there that does appear to be a delta formation? And would you consider doing a quick run to Channel Islands rather than a long run over to the delta?
Yeah, okay, so let's clarify what's going on here. So the science team has associated specific Earth locations, they happen to be national parks and preserves, to specific regions in Jezero Crater. And it is from those quadrangles, we call them, those quadrangles on Earth that we will draw the names that we informally attach to features that we look at and we take observations of. So we have, in fact, landed in the Canyon de Chelly quad. I'm not sure exactly where the feature that you were referring to is. I still think that our most likely ultimate destination is going to be to the west-northwest and that we will very likely go up to the delta front that on the image you see right now is in the upper left-hand corner.
Okay, we're going to end on a social media question. So Vince on YouTube asks, was the landing today the best one so far? I'll ask Matt that question first.
Yes,
Since I think
yes, 100%. It was the best one so far. You know, this is my 5th Mars rover. Jennifer and a handful of others of us on the project have worked, you know, a number of these, and they're all very, very special, I have to say. But as of this moment, right now, this is the best landing on Mars, I would have to say.
All right, great. Thank you. That's all the time that we have for questions today. If you're a member of the media and you still have a question, you can contact the JPL Digital News and Media Office. We'll continue to answer some questions on social media. And tune in to NASA TV and online tomorrow. We'll have another news briefing at 10 a.m. Pacific time, and we'll give you an update about the start of the surface mission. You know, if you want some more updates, you can also go online to nasa.gov/perseverance and mars.nasa.gov/perseverance for additional information. You can also follow us on social media at NASA Persevere. Now, one last thing before we go, I just wanted to say that if you wanted to welcome our latest robotic explorer to Mars, Mars will be visible in the night sky tonight. It'll be right next to the moon, so have a look. Thank you very much for joining us, and go Perseverance.
And now we're going to teach our guest. We're connecting now with Aris Christus. Hi, Aris.
Hey, Sarah.
We've been watching the conference. Everybody was so excited and, you know, happy of the accomplishment that we did today. Well done to NASA team for this fantastic step forward in space exploration. Eris, tell us a bit more about yourself before I ask you a few questions.
Well, I started out in Sweden, and as a young child, I had many experiences around starships and civilizations and energies and dimensions, and that was pretty normal for me. And in school, when I put together 7 and 7 and 14 and plus 5 is whatever it is, 19. I had a real hard time with that, and at the same time I could wake up in the morning and explain how ships were flying in and out of different dimensions. And so that's how I was entertaining myself, because I felt that people looked for answers in the wrong place. They looked for them outside of themselves instead of looking inside of themselves. So my quest was to really understand who I am and the real purpose here. And yeah, it's taken me through an adventure, which I call an adventure in consciousness, not just on this physical planet, on planet Earth's surface, also into the galaxy and into other dimensions. Because as I mentioned earlier, everything is consciousness. And so when I start using my consciousness for different explorations, it's possible to travel and experience things from other places than just planet Earth. Yeah, and then dolphins and whales, I started interacting with them in the open ocean in Hawaii in 1994. And needless to say, I've had countless and countless of experiences and telepathic communications with these great beings and masters, the way I look at them at least. And yes, and this exploration, this adventure now with Planet Gliese is continuing, and I'm just very, very grateful to be part of this and be able to share some of the information I have received through my life in many different ways.
Eris, tell us a bit more. This is very intriguing because you said that dolphins are able to travel in and out other dimensions. Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, I wonder when the science community maybe will start talking about the portals within the ocean. So there are many portals in many places where ships, starships, planetary vehicles are using the oceans as a launching pad. They come in and out of the ocean, and the dolphins has the same capacity to travel in and out of different portals within the ocean to different dimensions. Because what people have forgotten is that the oceans are the true walls of humanity. There are many secrets within the oceans that are as important as exploring physical space. And these portals within the oceans, you can travel to many places, but within these portals and within the oceans are also crystal cities. And these crystal cities are real. It's not like some imaginary place. They're very real. However, they of course exist in a different vibration, in a different dimension, if you so like. And so the dolphins know how to utilize that because dolphins are multi-dimensional travelers and go in and out of different energies. And because the dolphins are extremely intelligent, if you measure the brain of a dolphin compared to a human, it would be like something like oh, I don't even know. This big would be the human brain, and then the dolphin would be this brain. So they are obviously much more intelligent and has capacities and ways of communicate and exist that is still an exploration for the human consciousness at this very moment.
Eris, you also are an ambassador for Planet Bliss. Tell me a bit more what your role entitles.
Well, being that I mentioned earlier that Planet Gliese represents pretty much what the dolphins represent: collaboration, co-creation, kindness, compassion, and playfulness and spontaneity. These virtues are really, really important because when a child can play and interact in that way, he or she learns much quicker. And so the dolphins teaches us through an example. And so being an ambassador for Planet Gliese, my responsibility rather is to be a mirror for this in my life and what I do and how I say things and how I represent things. So I don't take it lightly, and yet of course I take it lightly. So so it's about allowing people to become more childlike again. I didn't say childish, I said childlike. And when we are
You're also an ambassador of the Galactic Federation. Can you explain us a bit more and tell us a bit more about that?
well, the best way I can tell you is that when I was a young man in Sweden, I used to look into my palm, and I was like, I don't know, 11 or something, 12 maybe. And I used to say, oh my goodness, I am so ancient. Why am I doing this again? And it was very clear to me that I had been on missions like this before. And I decided through my life, after this one is completed, I'm going on a galactic vacation. Now, for a lot of people, this might sound like weird and strange. However, you got to understand, for me, this is very natural. As it's natural for people to build this space vehicle Rover to fly to Mars, this what I'm sharing with you is as natural for me. It's just part of my makeup, if you like, because I've had these experiences many times, and that's why I wrote the book, Time is Promised to No One and Conductor of Time, which addresses a little bit about this. So being an ambassador or emissary for any group in the galaxy takes a commitment to be willing to a certain degree sacrifice yourself so that someone or a group or a civilization have the opportunity to see themselves in a different light. And it takes a certain training to be able to participate in this.
Eros, for who people don't know that, how would you describe the Galactic Federation? What is it?
Well, I mean, the Galactic Federation, it's just a name. In my book, I call it FALB, Federation of Light Beings. It's different nations in this part of the galaxy that come together as a galactic council, and they oversee many of the things that are happening in this part of the galaxy and in other galaxies and in parallel universes. So and as the rover is learning something about the Mars surface, in the same way the Galactic Federation are learning things about higher dimensions and other civilizations that exist in very different vibrations, and that it's guided and regulated by certain ways of interacting with other civilizations. One thing that human beings maybe will learn to remember, that you cannot just interact with any civilization and saying, I'm going to go there. No, it simply doesn't work that way. You have to somehow follow a certain guideline in order to interact with any civilization, depending on if they're higher or lower, if we use these two terminologies, which are really not accurate. And at the same time, in the human vocabulary, that's all we can use. So it always has to be guided by the council, because there are ways that a planet or a civilization must grow and learn from their own mistakes. And if you take that away, you might stop their education and stop their evolution and won't allow them to gain the right knowledge for them to climb higher on this ladder, if you like. I mean, this is a simple way of explaining it. However, in a simple way, that's basically what's going on.
And Eros, have they been communicating with you, and which positive messages they shared with you?
Oh my goodness. They have been communicating with me in many different ways. However, what they have allowed me or helped me to see, that communication happens very much on telepathic level and through your intuition. Now, everybody has an intuition. However, not all intuitions in people are developed or practiced. So they have shared and taught me how to trust my intuition. And that's many times how they have been communicating with me, because many times I've been looking for answer and asking questions, and it's been very silent. And so I had to rely upon what I received within. And lo and behold, through the years, I found out that it actually works, and it's much more powerful and much clearer than any spoken words. So I receive messages and then I write them down, and I've written down, wow, a lot through the years. And some of them are talking about a science that maybe I was told the human consciousness is not ready to embrace yet. And so being in this position, it's challenging, because you receive messages and you share them, and you're realizing, okay, you're sharing messages that will be discovered 20 years from now.
Thank you so much, Eros, for being live with us. Is there anything else that you would like to remind everyone before we close this very long live because of the landing of the Mars rover.
Yeah, I like to remind anybody on this planet Earth, whatever you're doing, whatever you feel is your job or career or whatever it is you're doing, understand that exploration of space is valid. However, don't forget to explore the inside space, because within you are portals that you can transcend the physical and travel much further than Mars, and at the same time honor and respect yourself and be acknowledge what you have accomplished today in the Mars rover exploration. It's a great step for humankind. And at the same time, please remember, you are all connected to one another. We are all swimming in the same divine ocean of consciousness. And this ocean doesn't just stop here in this galaxy, it goes through millions of galaxies and millions of universes. So keep exploring and be open to wondrous adventures in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eris. I want to remind also everyone, if you love what we're doing, to follow us on our social media, Planet Bliss Official on Instagram and on Facebook. Eris, do you want to add anything else?
Yes, I do. And I think everybody who listens to this, you need to share what Planet Gliese is really all about. It's one thing to listen to something. However, once you listen to something, it becomes part of your, I don't want to say your duty, but responsibility to share it, because Planet Gliese cannot exist and go forward without your assistance. It's co-creation. It's coming together and sharing and helping one another in that way. And Planet Gliese is really a wonderful way of opening up to different possibilities, and also a way of showing the entertainment industry there is a way you can create with kindness and with love and respect for the project itself and for everybody involved. So yes, please support Planet Gliese. It's a great thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eris. Thank you for being live with us all these hours, and we will see you soon.
All right, thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you. I want to thank everyone again. First of all, congratulations to the NASA team for this big achievement for the landing of the Mars rover Perseverance on Mars. And I want to thank all our guests for joining us today and sharing their experience and their joy. I remind you again, if you love what we're doing, follow us on social media, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. And if you want to support our mission, you can donate on www.planetglees.com. Well done, NASA. This is a big step for humanity. We're just getting closer to put a step on Mars, and who knows, soon on other planets and on Planet Greece. Again, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you soon live. Goodbye. Thanks.